Check, 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 check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Obviously, the volume will need to come up. It's time off. Check, 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 check. Okay. You'll be using just this mic. When you come up here, you can just use this one.
We will be starting in like 2 minutes. Sure. Good. Good afternoon, everybody. We're so excited for everyone who is here in person at Mailman and everyone that is joining us online. We are so thankful for your attendance today. There's so many people here and online that have contributed to the Mailman Center in so many different ways, whether it's a family member, whether it is an individual with a disability, donors, funding organizations, our local, state, federal, and international partners that we have, and of course, all of our staff and faculty and our trainee alumni that we also have here, myself included with that. My name is Jason Gent. I am the Assistant Director of the Mailman Center, and I am actually a product of the Mailman Center training program here. I was a psychology resident many, many moons ago, and really that was really foundational to influence what my career has become over the past 18 years, was that year. There's many organizations that exist that have mission statements and they have vision statements, but for many of them, it's just words. Here at Mailman, I really feel like the vision of the Mailman Center is lived out daily. And really that is about improving lives through innovation, connection, and impact. You will hear those words a lot today, but you will also hear a lot about the action behind those words. We have a lot of compelling stories for you today about the past of the Mailman Center, what we're doing now, and what we hope to accomplish in the future. And you're going to hear from lots of people today who are truly passionate about the work that they get to do at Mailman each and every day. And I think you'll see from the people that you hear from today, whether it's video or them speaking, that they truly have a servant's heart in everything that they do for improving the lives for people with disabilities. The videos that you will experience today very much will demonstrate the impact that the Mailman Center has had at a local, family, and federal level. We hope that today, that you experience today is a love letter. It's meant to be a love letter who came before us and blazed the way for what we get to do today. It's a love letter for those of you who sacrifice time with your families to make the lives of others better. And it's a love letter for those who we hope to partner with in the future for where we're headed next. We have a lot of things planned for you this afternoon. We'll start off with Dr. Armstrong with a little bit about the history. We have a special video as well at the beginning. And then we're really going to walk through kind of the past, present, and kind of where we're headed in 4 different domains that we feel like we really excel at. And those are in the areas of clinical services, research, training, and community engagement. And then finally, you'll be able to learn a lot about where Mailman is headed next. We'll have some brief transitions between the storytelling that's happening, and about halfway through, we'll have a longer intermission for you. Just so you know, so for those of you who are in person, there are Art Abilities collections on the sides, and for those of you who have joined us online, there are Art Ability collection pieces that are up for bid. That bid will be open to 4:30, but we'll go over that a little bit more a little bit later. Also, there are refreshments and snacks for those who are in person in the back of the auditorium. The only way to access that is to this side of the auditorium. And then if you need to use the restroom, the men's room is to your right and the women's to your left at the front of the auditorium. After showcasing kind of our past, present, and where we're headed next, you are invited to attend a reception in the lobby. If you're attending virtually and you want to come on over at 5 o'clock, we'd love to have you as well. So with that said, let's go ahead and get this event started. First, I would like to introduce our Chair of Pediatrics, who is the Senior Associate Dean of Child Health. He's the Professor of Pediatrics and Public Health Sciences. He's the George E. Batchelor Endowed Chair in Child Health, and he is the Physician-in-Chief at Holtz Children's Hospital at Jackson Health System. Dr. Glenn Flores has truly been a champion and an advocate for the Mailman Center since its arrival to the Department of Pediatrics. We were so excited with him coming to the Department of Pediatrics with his focus on health equity, which is something that the Mailman Center very much strives for. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Flores.
Well, thank you for that very kind introduction, Dr. Gent, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm really thrilled to welcome you all to the celebration of over 50 years of leadership in training, service, research, and community engagement that has occurred at the Mailman Center for Child Development since its opening way back in March 1971. Improving lives through innovation, impact, and connection. This is a powerful vision, aspirational, yet pragmatic. Over the next few hours, you will, I believe, be amazed by the innovation that has occurred and is still occurring, by the impact of the Mailman Center programs reaching far beyond the walls of the center, and by the enduring successes in improving lives that have been realized by the vast partnerships that the Mailman Center has established in our very own community, across the state and nation, and even across the world. The spirit and commitment of the Mailman Center are embodied by the brilliant observation made by President John F. Kennedy, who said, "Children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future." Please join us as the leadership, faculty, trainees, alumni, community partners, and children and families who have benefited from the Mailman Center tell an incredible and inspiring story. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Next up, we have Dr. Daniel Armstrong, who has been on faculty at the U Since 1985, I won't say what grade I was in that, but he was named the Mailman Center director in 1999. So he's been at this for almost 25 years. Dr. Armstrong has been the definition of the Mailman vision statements of improving lives through innovation, connection, and impact. Much of what you will learn today is in one way or another connected back to Danny's leadership and vision. Danny is an eternal optimist that some of us need some of the time, who has committed his life to serving others in a way that is truly admirable and inspiring to all of us who know him. He has broken down so many systemic barriers at the local, state, and federal levels to improve care for children and people with disabilities and special health care concerns. Beyond his stellar leadership and stewardship of the Mailman Center, Dr. Armstrong has an impressive history of being a key leader within the Department of Pediatrics, holds Children's Hospital, Faculty Affairs, Child Health for the Miller School of Medicine. Dr. Armstrong has been been actively involved in leadership of many organizations at the national, state, and local level related to children with disabilities and children with special health care concerns. Danny exemplifies leading with a servant's heart, as I was talking about a little bit earlier, and I'm so excited for you to hear from today. So will you join me in welcoming Dr. Armstrong?
Thank you, Jason. I told him to keep it short. We'll talk about that later. Thank you so much. We're going to start our program today with a message from someone who has been associated with our Mailman Center and a good friend of mine for more than 35 years, Mayor Danielle Levine Cava. So if we can see the video from Dean Cava right now.
Hello, Mailman Center. I'm your Miami-Dade County Mayor, Daniela Levine Cava, and I'm honored to virtually congratulate the Mailman Center for Child Development as we celebrate this remarkable milestone, the center's 50th anniversary. I send my heartfelt congratulations to everyone at the Mailman Center. For half a century, this institution has been a beacon of hope and support for children and families across our community. Your dedication to early childhood development, research, and advocacy has made an indelible mark on the lives of countless children and their families across our county. Your commitment to improving the lives of people with disabilities and their families through innovation, connection, and impact makes our entire community stronger. Through your tireless efforts, you've empowered children to reach their full potential, breaking down barriers and fostering inclusivity every step of the way. As we celebrate 50 years of accomplishments, and I've been part of it for at least 40, let us also take a look to the future with renewed optimism. There is still work to be done, and I have every confidence that the Mailman Center will continue to lead the way in shaping a brighter, more inclusive future for all our children. Once again, congratulations and thank you for your unwavering commitment to our community. I look forward to seeing the Mailman Center for Child Development continue to flourish and make a difference for generations to come.
Many thanks to the mayor. She regretted not being able to be here in person. Her schedule got a little crammed. Being mayor of Miami-Dade County does that to you, but Daniela has been a close friend for a very long time, and we're so appreciative she was there. In her stead, the Deputy Director of the Office of Mayor, Ms. Tiffany Krapp, is here today to share with us something from the county.
Whereas it is fitting and proper that official acknowledgement be given to the Mailman Center for Child Development on the momentous occasion of the 50th anniversary, now therefore be it resolved that I, Daniela Levine Cava, Mayor of Miami-Dade County, Chairman Oliver G. Gilbert III, and the members of the Board of County Commissioners, on behalf of Miami-Dade County and this community, do hereby proclaim Friday, September 29th, 2023, as Mailman Center for Child Development 50th Year Celebration Day. In observance thereof, I call upon the good people of Miami-Dade County to join me in honoring the lasting contributions made to our way of life by the Mailman Center for Child Development for the past 50 years.
That's just wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Krapp, for being here with us and for carrying the load for the mayor. The Mailman Center for Child Development actually started its work in 1958. The Developmental Evaluation Clinic was opened then. It was funded by the Children's Bureau of the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and administered by the Dade County Department of Health. Our clinical director at that time was a dear friend for many of us, Dr. Lee Worley. That moved on until 1964, when the University of Miami was awarded a Department of Health, Education, and Welfare multidisciplinary training program grant in mental retardation, the word that was used then, and we've gotten rid of that word, thank goodness. As we moved on further, that grant evolved into a large U.S. Department of Public Health Service construction award that was given to university-affiliated facilities. University of Miami was one of the first 11, and that $3.054 million grant was then added to by the Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Foundation, and most importantly, by the incredible support and philanthropy of Abraham and Joseph Mailman, who gave an initial $1.081 million and then an additional $500,000 at the time of the opening of the center, and then some additional funds after that. So this was the start to build the building. Where this came from was a very interesting story. It started with a tennis match in Hyannisport, Massachusetts on the Cape. And the two people were playing were Eunice Kennedy Shriver and Dr. Robert Cook, who was the chair of the Department of Pediatrics at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, and also the father of two children with developmental disabilities. I've had the chance and the pleasure in my life to actually talk with both Mrs. Shriver and Dr. Cook. The story is Dr. Cook says he was beating Mrs. Shriver. Nobody should beat Mrs. Shriver. He had to get out of it. Mrs. Shriver said she was beating Dr. Cook, and you don't embarrass the chair at Johns Hopkins. At any rate, they came to the net, and they decided not to play anymore because Dr. Cook said, you know, Mrs. Shriver, she had been pushing and had really gotten the President Kennedy and the Congress to create the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. And she really, because of their sister Rosemary, wanted to push moving people with disabilities, intellectual and developmental disabilities, out of institutions and into home and community settings. And Dr. Cook said, you know, if we're going to do that, we need a workforce because everybody who provides services now supplies them in institutions. And so Mrs. Shriver said, there's a pad and paper up on the second floor, go write it down. And so Dr. Cook wrote the idea to create university-affiliated facilities that would be funded by these construction grants and would then develop the ability to train the workforce for this new model.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anthony Kennedy Shriver, and I'm the founder, CEO, and chairman of Best Buddies International. But more important than anything I'm doing at Best Buddies or any of my titles, my proudest title is I'm the son of Eunice Kennedy Shriver, the founder of Special Olympics, and the force behind creating these university-affiliated programs. And I think the force behind Special Olympics and the force behind the Mailman Center and the force behind so many other great movements that have developed and evolved around the world to support the life and the research and the families of people with special needs. So I miss my mother dearly. It's been 14 years since she's passed away. She loved Miami. She loved the Mailman Center. I remember having gone there many times with her. I'm so proud that two of my daughters, Eunice Kennedy Shriver II and my daughter Francesca Shriver, both volunteered at Debbie School and got a taste and a feel of all the wonderful work that has gone on at the Mailman Center for 50 plus years. It's an amazing accomplishment, and so many other university affiliated programs around the United States. I remember all the stories my mother used to tell about her and Dr. Cook coming up with plans on how to develop these university affiliated programs, how it was so critically important to create programming that could support families and children and adults with special needs in the community. And the Mailman Center has been, you know, a pillar of success and a foundation for our community here in South Florida, which I've been a proud member of for 30 plus years now. It's hard to imagine that I've been here that long, but I have. So I'm proud of that. I'm really proud of, all the work that, my mom has done, and all the people who have worked at the Mailman Center over the decades have done to change the lives of people with special needs. I'm proud of the 14,000+ people, I think it is, that the Mailman Center serves on an annual basis. I'm proud that they have been around the table when my mom concocted these ideas, came up with Special Olympics, came up with the university affiliated programs. I'm proud of the incredible partnership that she and Dr. Cook had in developing these programs. I'm proud of Dr. Armstrong for his incredible leadership over the decades and ensuring that the Mailman Center continue to be robust, innovative, creative, and a proud partner in this community with so many different people. I'm super sad that I'm up here in Boston, Massachusetts, while all of you are down there in Miami celebrating this great accomplishment. I wish so much that I was there. I can't wait to hear about all the amazing work that's going to happen over the next 50 years. My mother always remember telling me nonstop, what are you going to do next? What are you going to do next? Keep it moving was her big line constantly. Keep it moving, keep it moving. So I know you're going to keep it moving at the Mailman Center. I know the next 50 years is going to be amazing. I hope I'll be able to play a small role in some capacity. I hope my children, who all live here in South Florida, will be able to play a small role, inspiring young people to continue to get involved in this movement. My mom was such a huge believer that all these great things happen at the local level. That's one of the reasons why I know in the early days, Mr. Sanford wanted to name the Mailman Center the Eunice Kennedy Shriver Center. I have to be honest with you, I wish it was named the Eunice Kennedy Shriver Center. But it turned out to be the Mailman Center because she really wanted local people to buy in, local people to invest in serving people with special needs, and why I think everybody went to the Mailmans and they made their gift to help establish this, the great center that it is today. So she was a big one on local activation, the force and the power and the energy of local volunteers to make things a reality, and not to make these things national organizations run from the top down, but really run from the bottom up. And I think the Mailman Center has been led by this great community here in South Florida for so long, and continues to be led by this community here in South Florida. So I just wish everybody the best of luck today. I'm really bummed out that I'm not there in person. But I look forward to coming by in the near future, and look forward to continuing to stay involved, and hope you have an amazing celebration.
Now, I have to say, it's a little intimidating sometimes to interview the nephew of President John Kennedy. It's even more intimidating to interview the son of Eunice Kennedy Shriver. And so I thought that Anthony, though, did a really great job sharing with us the little connection of Mrs. Shriver's perspective with Dr. Cook some almost 60 years ago to come up with the idea to create this center, and what has really helped to drive us to where we are today. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about that connection, because was it not for Abraham and Joseph Mailman, we wouldn't be here today. The two Mailman brothers were bankers here in Miami. Mr. Abraham Mailman had a granddaughter with cerebral palsy. You might recognize the name Debbie, as in the Debbie School. And the two brothers came to the table and really made the connection with this center and with this university, with this community. And that came along with a gift from the Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Foundation. That was our connection to Mrs. Shriver. But importantly was the vision that these two individuals had for us from before we even got the first shovel in the ground. On the 22nd of March in 1971, the day after we opened, the Miami News at the time had a quote from Mr. Abraham Mailman. And he said, what about the 6 million children in America who already need centers just like this? Already in this center, children who have grown up hanging their heads are learning now to look up. And that was the perspective. How do we look up? How do we move to independence? How do we bring disability out of the institution and into the world? And so we were so grateful for the major contributions of the Mailman brothers and the connections that we've had with their family. It went on. I've had the chance to meet with Jody Wolf, the daughter of Joseph Mailman, several times, and Mickey Siegel, the daughter of Abraham Mailman, was a dear friend, and her daughter and her granddaughters. Actually, one of her granddaughters actually was a research assistant here at the Mailman Center. So the connections go back generations through the families. We continue to go on with the another grant. The Project 903 grant replaced the multidisciplinary grant. This was a large grant of over $1 million to create the Child Development and Training Center that would go into this new university-affiliated facility. And then finally, in 1968, construction on the Mailman Center began. And you see this little picture. That's right over here at the corner. It doesn't look like the same. There was no metro rail and nothing else. It was just an empty lot at the time. And we began to move forward with construction until finally it was completed. And in March, on March 21st of 1971, was the Mailman Center grand opening. Now, Dr. Howell, who will be speaking in a minute, was very clear with me early on about what a great constructed building this was. It won architectural awards for the best academic center in the United States, or one of the best at the time of its opening. And a few years ago, it was put on as one of the top 100 buildings, academic buildings constructed in the United States in the 20th century. So really incredible background and basis there. And here you can see a Miami News article about it. The grand opening was incredible. The first I'd like to talk about is this picture of this lady over on the right side. That's Mrs. Lane Coleman. Mrs. Coleman was the executive secretary for President Henry King Stanford, the president of the University of Miami. She also had a son, Michael, who had a developmental disability resulting from birth trauma. And you'll hear more about Michael a little bit later in the program. But Mrs. Coleman recognized something. If you happen to notice the flight paths for the airplanes going into MIA come right over this building. And in 1971, it was Eastern Airlines was the dominant airline in the area, and those planes were loud. Mrs. Coleman called the CEO of Eastern Airlines and the director of the Miami International Airport and said, "The Kennedys are coming to town. Jean Piaget is coming to town. Can you do something about the noise?" And for the next 4 hours, air traffic was diverted around the Mailman Center. Incredible story. The other pieces that you hear, of course, there was a great story in the Miami News that day about the center. Dr. Robert Cook received an honorary doctorate from President Henry King Stanford at the grand opening. Of course, the presence of Abraham and Joseph Mailman was there. And then our keynote address was by one of the preeminent theorists in child development of all time, Professor Jean Piaget from Switzerland, as you see sitting here with Mrs. Shriver. And on the right is the who's who of the best people in developmental work for children in the world who were part of this program. So we had this incredibly auspicious start that is really unmatched. I do want to give a lot of credit to the people who have made the place really run and provided the vision. The first was Sam Giamona. Sam was a faculty member here, and while he was never the director of the Mailman Center, he was the director of that Child Development Center and was responsible for those grants that got everything constructed. Fred Richardson was hired in 1971 and was really the first director of the Mailman Center for a couple of years. He had come from Johns Hopkins. In the interim there, Dr. Bill Cleveland, one of the dearest friends that I know, stepped in and created something that was really unique for these kinds of centers. Dr. Cleveland served as the interim, and then when he recruited Dr. Stemfel, he made the decision that the chair of pediatrics would be the associate director of Mailman, and the director of Mailman would be associate chair of pediatrics. A really unique kind of thing that has carried through and created a relationship between all of child health and developmental services that I think is really unique in the country. Dr. Stemfel really led this place for many years. He was the director when I first came. And importantly, while he did that, not only here at the center, he was one of the architects of what we know as children's medical services. One of the model programs for dealing with children with complex healthcare needs, a model that stood for Florida for many, many years and was copied by states all over the country. Dr. Terry Urbano was our director of training for the center, and when Dr. Stemfel retired in 1994, Terry took over as the interim director. And then this gentleman, these two gentlemen here on the front, you can't see, Dr. Rodney Howell and Dr. Ed Onorati. I sent a note to Dr. Howell that I was over in the ambulatory care center, and I said, this may sound like a harebrained idea, but what would you think? And he said, I think good. And so he had Mr. Onorati lead a search committee, and a month later, I got the job of a lifetime. And so I'm really indebted to these two gentlemen in ways you can never understand. But you know, the center doesn't run with the director. We really are good bobbleheads. And this center really took off because of the leadership and the administration by Mr. Ed Onorati. And Ed's sitting down here, and I would have you stand up, but later we'll have you stand up and be recognized, Ed, because Ed was the real force behind making things work. With him was this lovely young lady, Kathy Ruista Quevedo. She was Dr. Stemfel's executive secretary. I always said Kathy hired me. She was the one who really did all the stuff in between. We were able to bring on Patrice Fike as the administrator for the Mailman Center after Mr. Onorati retired. Jonathan Corbett also filled that role for us, and Ottawa Casado. And then along the way, the person who actually really made me bobblehead more than anything else, Carmel Bronzetti, and Carmel's right over here on the edge. And served in that role for over 20 years. So we're really great. And now Asia Levine has taken on that role. And Asia, I don't know where you are, but I want to recognize you. She's the person who's been spearheading and running most of today's production. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rodney Howell, the professor and chair emeritus of the Department of Pediatrics, and a dear, dear friend, and really the person who has mentored me more than anyone else. So Rod, please come on up and share your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Danny. I'm going to make just a few comments about some of my personal interactions with the Mailman Center over time, and about some of my personal history and how that kind of ties in with a lot of the activity that you've heard about today. I might point out, Danny just mentioned the fact that Bob Stemfel was the director of the Mailman Center for a long time, and I might point out he assumed the job September 1973, exactly 50 years ago today, which is kind of intriguing. Let me comment about a few personal issues that are very interesting and tie in with some of the stuff. At the same time we're talking about the Mailman Center coming online and being established, I was at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, and I was recruited away from the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda to begin my academic career at Johns Hopkins. I was recruited to that position by Dr. Robert E. Cook. And Bob Cook, of course, not only recruited me, was my boss and my mentor for many years, and Bob was a dear friend and so forth. At that time, however, the time that I was moving into the Kennedy, at Hopkins, Johns Hopkins Hospital was also developing its own university-affiliated center, which is the John F. Kennedy Center, which is now the Kennedy Krieger, since the Krieger came to the table with a little money in recent years and so forth. And I was working very closely with that group because as a biochemical geneticist, I was working with the laboratory and so forth. And to make matters more complex and more interesting to me with all the events you've heard about today, at Johns Hopkins, I was appointed Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Senior Research Scholar in Mental Retardation. And my entire salary, the entire time I was at Hopkins, was funded by the Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Foundation. And so that gave me a great opportunity to work with the Kennedy Foundation, and all the Kennedy family, of course, lived very close to Hopkins. So we had a chance to see them and to know them and work with them. And so it was very intriguing, as at the same time, not knowing that I would be in Miami many years later, I was dealing with all the same team in Baltimore that was working simultaneously in Miami and so forth. And I might point out, let me make a further comment about one of the persons that came to the lab routinely and used to come visiting regularly was Eunice Kennedy Shriver. She came with other members of the Kennedy family, and she always dwarfed them in two areas, intelligence and interest. And so I might point out is that it is also very appropriate. This is not the Eunice Kennedy Institute, but the National Institutes of Health, of course, has been renamed, and so it is now the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institutes of Child Health and Human Development. Some years after the opening of the Mailman Center, I arrived in Miami in 1989 to replace Bill Cleveland. The Mailman Center at that time was only 16 years old. It was a very young institution and so forth. And as I looked around the Mailman Center, I was very, very interested not only in what was happening there, but as a biochemical geneticist, I was particularly interested in some of the people working in the Mailman Center. And one of the people that some of you may not know that was here at that time was Herb Lubbs. And Herb Lubbs was extremely well known internationally because Herb Lubbs described the Fragile X syndrome, which is a very important cause of developmental delay, and that work was described by Herb, and so that has a great history here in the institution. And of course, all during this time, I was working with Bob Stempel and with Mr. Ed Honorati. I have photographs of both of them I'm going to show you later at a younger age, et cetera. You'll be there. I was very interested in a couple of things that were going on when I moved here. But one of the things that I had discussed extensively with the dean was the fact that I thought it would be far more appropriate to move the administrative offices from the Department of Pediatrics in Jackson Memorial Hospital to the Mailman Center. And the place to do that movement was in the 9th floor of the Mailman Center. And I'd addressed the practical issue with Dean Fogel at that time, and also had as a written part of my recruitment package a mechanism to get to the 9th floor. For those of you who've been around the Mailman Center for a long time, there were only 2 elevators in the Mailman Center, neither of which went to the 9th floor. So I must be one of the few people that ever had a recruitment package that called for an elevator to be built to the 9th floor. But the 9th floor elevator was built as a part of that, et cetera. Also, soon after I arrived at this time, I had a cordial note from Mr. Joseph Mailman, the younger Mailman brother who lived in New York City. Abe Mailman, the older brother, had died in 1980, and that was Debbie's grandfather, as you know. Mr. Joseph Mailman congratulated me on the position and said he would really love to come to Miami for a visit, but he had been very ill, and he had been very ill, and his family would not let him travel. And so I wished him well and so forth. We had a very nice conversation. But I soon got a call from Jody Wolfe, who was a good friend, and she was Mr. Joseph Mailman's daughter. And Jody Wolfe lived here in Miami. And Jody called and she said, you know, Mom's gone to Paris shopping and Dad's on the way down on an airplane and he's coming to see you. So anyway, Mr. Joseph Mailman came to see me. The photographs apparently have been moving along. I was going to show them later. But anyway, we had a great visit with Mr. Mailman. And with Mr. Joseph Mailman, and importantly, when he got back to New York, he sent a check for $100,000 for the work of the Mailman Center and so forth, et cetera. So anyway, it's great for me to see so many people here today who made such a big difference in the Mailman Center. And we've already talked a lot about Ed Onorati, who's been here, but Ed also assumed additional responsibilities of being the vice chairman of the entire Department of Pediatrics for Administrative Affairs and served in that role for a very, very long time. However, I think it's fair to say that the most important thing I did for the Mailman Center was to appoint Danny Armstrong as director of the Mailman Center. And I have a little more to say about that. His success and leadership is clearly establishes that appointment as a very good one. When I appointed Danny, all previous directors of the Mailman Center, and although the Mailman Center was fairly young, there had been a number of directors in and out. It was a short-term outfit. All those directors had all been MDs. And Danny, of course, is a PhD scientist. And I got a lot of consultations about that particular issue, which I took very carefully to heart and listened very carefully to, and promptly appointed Danny. And I think that's been one of the greatest things and so forth. But let me show you just a few photos of some of the folks that I've talked about briefly so that we can get along with the program. And I'm going to go back now that since this is a photograph of actually the group that was working here, helping to get the Mailman Center all started. And let me point out, I think Ted Kennedy is very visible to everybody. And on the far left of this photograph is Bill Nyan, who was chairman of pediatrics at that time. And on the far right was Sam Giamoni on the far right there and so forth, and they left together to go to California. Behind Ted Kennedy, of course, is Eunice Kennedy Shriver, and then some other leaders of the Mailman Center in that photograph and so forth, et cetera. There we go. And this is Joe Mailman during his wonderful visit here. Bernie Fogel, the dean for the medical school, and Bernie Fogel is a wonderful dean and very supportive of the Mailman Center. Joe Mailman right there on the right, and there's obviously me, and then Jody Wolf on the far photograph there. Then I have some, and then could we go to the next slide? My thing is perfect. That's Bob Stempel sitting in his office. And then finally, in the last photograph, is Ed Onorati, a bit younger than today. But anyway, I think that the Mailman Center has made incredible contributions, and it certainly has been my privilege to be a part of it and to see what good things are happening, and also to provide transportation to the 9th floor. Thank you very much.
Oh, the elevator to the 9th floor. The Mailman Center started with training, and where we are today is under this umbrella. We use this as a nice way to put it all together. You've heard, and you will hear all day today, the terms innovation, impact, and connection. And across the umbrella, you see the 4 core functions. These are required by the Developmental Disability Acts of 2000. This is what a university-affiliated facility, program, and now University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities is supposed to do. We don't create silos here of our grants. We create synergy. And so when we look at training, we have our large leadership in education in neurodevelopmental disabilities from HRSA and the Maternal and Child Health Bureau, that we also include disciplinary training programs that are accredited. We have a leadership pipeline program and tremendous outreach in the areas of community education and community training. And you'll be learning in the next few minutes about a lot of the things that happen in that area. In the service area, we started off really looking at clinical programs for children with mostly genetically based neurodevelopmental disabilities, and that expanded into broad clinical programs with contracts with the state. In fact, the 903 training grant that started everything, the feds, they reorganize the departments every time there's a new administration. And so the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare went away. Things got split up into different groups. And all of a sudden, the large grant sort of disappeared, and half of it went to Maternal and Child Health Bureau for the LEN grant. But we didn't know, and we had a little bit for our University Center on Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, but we didn't know what we were going to do for the rest of the money we lost. And that's when the state legislature in Florida stepped in and said, we'll match the rest. And we developed a contract with Children's Medical Services of Florida that has lasted from 1978 until today and is ongoing every year. We've seen programs that have been big fundamental programs, like our Debbie School, our Early Steps program, the Child Protection, and our evolving relationship with the Linda Ray Center, as well as big demonstration projects that have been funded by local groups like the Children's Trust. In the research area, we've had federally funded, foundation funded, industry funded kinds of research, and we've also had trainee projects that have had big impact. And you're going to hear a lot today about the incredible work that has happened in community engagement. March 1971, we opened. And as a point of personal privilege, that was also a pretty important time for me. Some of you heard that my mother passed away on Sunday, and I was thinking about her because in 1971, she took care of 2 children in our home. One was a typically developing little girl, and the other was a child with pretty severe cerebral palsy. My brother and sister and I grew up with a child with a severe disability in our home every day, with my mom taking care of her. My mother also had a friend, her best friend, who had a child with a very severe developmental disability, and one of the characteristic points of it was very loud vocalizations. Well, this was in a small community, and the church makes a big deal, but to have a child with loud vocalizations in your church, it's really disruptive to what the preacher's trying to say. And so my mom led a group of folks at the church, and they took a section in the back of the church, put in a glass area with soundproofing, put in speakers, and that family, for the remainder of their lives, with their daughter, who I just visited last week in North Carolina in a rehabilitation center, they were able to attend that church fully inclusive. And so when I think about 1971 as the opening of the Mailman Center, but also the time that my mother started to teach me things about inclusion before we ever had the word, about accessibility before we had the word, and she was she was special but not unique, because all across the country, mothers of children with developmental disabilities and their friends began to bring about what we hope to accomplish with the Mailman Center, which was to carry out this role of inclusion, of accessibility, of equity as we work today. And so that's where we really go with so much of what we do. You're going to hear today about 4 silos of community engagement, clinical services, training, and research, but don't be fooled by that. Because one of the things we've been very good at over the years is to make sure that we're at least a 2-for-1 and sometimes a 3-for-1 benefit for every dollar we spend. Because our training programs support the research that we do, and they provide the training, and often they're engaged with the community. And so you're going to see this overlapping. So if you're listening to hear about a clinical program and it doesn't come into the clinical section, listen for the community engagement part, because that's where it may fall. Our original purpose of the Mailman Center was to provide multidisciplinary training to address the workforce needs of individuals with mental retardation, which I've said now we call intellectual and developmental disabilities. And what we've seen is an incredible trajectory of growth. From individual training to multidisciplinary training, interdisciplinary to community, to interprofessional and leadership and web-based in the training area, to services primarily for children with genetic conditions, to children that were premature and came out of our NICU, to an extensive program in children with chronic illness, with cancer, sickle cell disease, HIV, Zika, as we have emerged with these various things. Newborn screening, when we started, Dr. Howell, there are 3 or 4 conditions that were screened. I think we got up to 7, and we got up to 22, and I don't even want to count because they probably added 3 today, as we have advanced our ability to identify conditions of the newborn that we can provide treatment to. We've gotten involved in infectious disease, and our Zika initiatives were here in Miami as an epicenter, but also in the U.S. Virgin Islands and in the Dominican Republic. And then much of the work we do now is center and community-based, and you'll hear about those as we go through. Our research at the beginning was very center-based and developmental. It emerged into follow-up of babies coming out of the hospital setting to clinical trials, behavioral clinical trials, drug clinical trials, and others, and then to get into service delivery prevention and service delivery research and prevention. And now we're evolving very big into the area of community-based research, and we'll share more about that. And with a paper we published last year that we'll talk about, really thinking about how the work we do with children, their families, and their communities has an impact on the communities that they live in. And our community engagement, we used to be center-based. Today, more than half of the work we do is outside the walls of this building and off this campus. We've been very involved in hospital and acute care. I will say that when I was hired, Dr. Cleveland called me to his office as chair of pediatrics, and he said, I'm hiring you because I want you to break down the barrier between the developmental world and the child health world, because we had 2 sections of the department at the time. I think as a center and as a department and as child health across this institution, we've done that as well as anyone. And you will see community-based services, collaborative work to build community capacity, and we'll hear about global impact that we've been able to do. I've included a couple of newspaper articles on the side. The top one talks about how the pediatricians and educators in Miami-Dade County, a year after Mailman Center opened, were complaining that we weren't serving enough children and it took too long to get an evaluation. That sounds a little familiar. There was some money that was put in. They were able to increase that from about $1,500 to $2,500. Everybody was happy for a while. Today, we serve more than 15,000 children a year, far more than 15,000. And guess what? The community still complains we don't serve enough and it takes too long to get an evaluation. So a big part of what we'll be talking about and what next is how do we do that when just doing more of what we do isn't really working. What's next is the title of this whole presentation, and you're going to hear what we've done, and then we'll follow up at the end with what's next. Because really, it's all about the children.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. And Dr. Howell, I did not know that about the elevator. So as you've already heard, the history of the Mailman Center is filled with stories upon stories of champions and advocates for children with disabilities. As Danny mentioned, everything that we've done and that we do now and will continue to do is about the children that we serve and those that we hope to serve. One of our feature programs for the Mailman Center for the past 30 years is our Art Abilities program. Each year, the Mailman Center selects new works of art created by children in Miami-Dade County Public Schools in the Special Education program. Out of about 140 submitted art pieces on average, 25 pieces of that art is selected to become a part of the Art Abilities collection. Each of the winners, as you just saw in that video, are invited to a celebration here at the Mailman Center, and their selected works actually get placed within the Mailman Center as well. Through their participation in Art Abilities, children with learning and or physical challenges have an opportunity to discover their talents, experience successful competition, and contribute to enrichment of our visual environments. So as you'll see throughout the auditorium, the QR code that's provided online, there are several of these paintings and pieces of art that are up for bid to support Mailman Center programming. So we hope that you take a moment to look at the amazing artwork completed by these wonderful artists, and you'll see a short video. The bidding will be open until 4:30 Eastern, right? So not later. And our next story coming up in just a few minutes is training. So. So we'll be starting back up in about 1 minute, just so you know. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with the next part of our session today. So if you go ahead and grab a seat. The next group of speakers truly speak to the longevity and commitment of our training program. I remember as a trainee sitting in LIN meetings with some of these individuals who are going to be speaking today back when I was an intern. That is how long that they have been doing training here at the Mailman Center. And as you will see today, their passion and commitment to training continues to be as strong as ever. Our speakers for training include Dr. Michelle Sladant. She is an associate professor of pediatrics. She is the associate director of the Mailman Center for Child Development. She's the director of our LIN program, and she's also the South Florida regional director of our FAST program here at UM. We have Dr. Bob Pfeiffer, who is an associate professor of clinical pediatrics for the Mailman Center for Child Development. We have Dr. Alana Mansour, who is the Assistant Professor of Clinical Pediatrics, and she's the Director of Training for the Mailman Center for Child Development and the Associate Director of LEND. We have Shelley Baer, who's the Director of Leadership Training Initiatives here at the Mailman Center, and she's the co-lead of the Lifespan Interprofessional Collaboratives. And then we have Jairo Arana, who's a program coordinator and one of my favorite people and always rocks the best hat around here at the Mailman Center. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sladant.
Thank you, Dr. Gent. I'm so happy to be here today, and I'm presenting today on behalf of myself as well as my colleague, Dr. Alana Mansour, who, among all of her other titles, is the newly appointed training director for our center. For nearly 2 decades, we've been privileged to work at the center. I remember when I left the public school system as a special education teacher, and when Dr. Mansour joined the center, we knew we were joining something greater. Our passion to improve the lives of children with disabilities fit perfectly with the mission of our center. Today, we stand proud as one of the oldest, largest, and most diverse LEND training programs in the nation. We collaborate with over 90 universities to train more than 100 graduate students, fellows, residents each year from 17 distinct disciplines. Our outreach is vast, training more than 10,000 community members each year. And it's promising to see that our trainees, more than 85% of our trainees, assume leadership positions within just 5 years. What is the secret to our success? It's our holistic vision. We believe in interprofessional networks, giving families a central voice, and developing leaders at all levels, including people with disabilities, their family members, and the larger community. Our mission isn't limited to clinical settings. We dive deep into the challenges that families face, from access to healthcare and food, to children's education and their overall well-being. As we look ahead, innovation and technology will be our tools to train even more individuals. To further highlight the journey and the impact of our training program, we've invited a panel and prepared some video testimonials, so let's dive into our story. As we journey into our center's pioneering training program, one key component remains central. It's interprofessional collaborations. As Dr. Armstrong mentioned earlier, gone are the days of professionals working in silos. Today, the synergy happens when professionals and families work together. That's where the magic happens. To dig deeper into our center's vision of interprofessional teamwork, I'm thrilled to announce Dr. Robert Pfeiffer and Dr. Kathy Gruss, who have been leaders and strong advocates for interprofessional collaborations. Dr. Pfeiffer was the center's Director of Audiology and Speech and Language Pathology Services for over 33 years. He's currently the Principal Investigator for our LEND Audiology Supplement, and he also co-chairs the University of Miami Disability Network Alliance Employee Resource Group. Please help me introduce Dr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. The Kennedy administration established the need for interprofessional, interdisciplinary care for children. But in the communities all throughout this country, that need was not really recognized until after the maternal rubella epidemic from 1964 through 1967. As these children grew older, professionals began to recognize that the most apparent disability may not be the only disability for these children. And in communities all throughout the country, professionals started coming together to work together for these children. But the issue was there was no training program to teach them how to talk to each other. Psychology has a different language than audiology. Speech-language pathology has a different language than nutrition. Physical therapy, different language, and you have the idea. And so the Mailman Center responded in a most excellent way. We had a large conference room on the first floor, and each Monday morning early, all of the faculty and their students would come together. We would talk about the child to be seen that day, and we would review the history of that child. Adjacent to that conference room was a smaller room with a one-way mirror, and all of the different disciplines could conduct their evaluation for every child in the presence of the entire team. And what was happening here was instruction on the language, what the tests were, what the tests were testing, the interpretation, and how to get along, what each discipline brought to the table to create a more global picture of this child's abilities and the child's needs. The issue outside the Mailman Center was great. It is somewhat less now thanks to the Mailman Center and similar efforts across the country. But healthcare professionals in general, all across the country, are not accustomed to talking to one another. But the movement across the country is interdisciplinary collaboration to improve the health outcome and the quality of life for children who are complex and who have complex needs. So we have trained many, many graduate level students through this training team model. And each one walked out of here with a concept of child development that went far beyond anything that they would have received in their single discipline training at their home universities. This is one of the major contributions to healthcare and welfare of the children all across the country, because the students who have been through this training team, you find them literally in every state of the country, and once in a while in other countries, in other parts of the world. This is something that the Mailman Center can be especially proud of in allowing students to learn the language of other professional disciplines, and as I like to say, to learn how to play nice in the sandbox. Because everyone brings something of value to the table. They simply had to understand their role and their contribution as a major piece of this broad area of developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. And our training team now has evolved into our interdisciplinary developmental evaluation services. So our team is alive and well. Next, you will hear from Dr. Kathy Gruss, who was the training director for the psychology division in the 1990s, to share how her interprofessional leadership at the Mailman Center influenced her role as the Chief Education Officer for the American Psychological Association.
During my time at the Mailman Center, one thing that really struck me and one thing I was quite proud of is the opportunity for students to train on interprofessional teams where they learn from and with individuals representing other disciplines. This struck me as really unique and kind of trend-setting at that point in time. And I thought that really embodied the sense of quality of education that really represents, I think, the Mailman Center. And I took a lot from that experience to my current role with the American Psychological Association, where I've had the opportunity to serve with national groups such as the National Academy of Medicine to promote interprofessional training opportunities for psychology students, but also for other health professions. And it really was the experiences that I had at the Mailman Center that led me to understand how critical that is for not only preparing our learners for the healthcare environments, but ultimately for the type of care that our patients should be receiving, coordinated care, well executed care that hopefully leads to better quality outcomes for them.
As our journey continues to explore the hallmarks of our training program, a cornerstone that stands out is the Family Professional Partnership. This isn't merely a collaboration, it's a relationship that fosters mutual respect and understanding, that enhances the overall well-being and success of the children that we serve. To shed light on our center's vision of nurturing this bond in our training program, we're honored to introduce Dr. Paula Petrie, who served as the training director in the 1990s and who was also my predecessor, and Allie Walford from the Parent Education Network, and who is also a member of our advisory council. Their combined experience and expertise and passion have been instrumental in championing family professional partnerships.
I remember the first time, and I'll get a bit emotional, it was 1994, meeting all the rest of the faculty in room 3023. But Dr. Terry Urbano was the director of training at that time. I became her assistant, and we had this shared vision around family-centered care services. One of my first assignments was to create a Mailman Center brochure, beginning that linking out into the community and building that bridge. It landed into creation of Art Abilities. So that strength-based approach, I wanted to put an art piece, a drawing by a child with a disability. So I went to an elementary school, found that piece of art, and came back with 60 other pieces. The Mailman Center's Family Resource Room was created at that time, giving that message that the diagnostics needs to come with resources and supports. The Consumer Advisory Council, Martha Sheldon was our first and incredible self-advocate and did much in changing the hearts of medical students and did national webinars as well. Understanding the family perspective, delivering diagnostic news, a 12-hour curriculum for pediatric residents, public policy. Most importantly was the match that we did as a visit into the home, not a home visit. And it had such an incredible impact, the write-ups, and so much meaning that we published it in a peer review article. So much has sprung forth from that early foundation, and I look forward to the next layering of excellence.
When Joe LaBelle asked me to be on the MAC 7 years ago, I was just a mom. And like Anne's one of my mentors from 15 years ago, I feel like I belong at this table now. And that is very, very important to me because that's what I pass on to the parents I serve. Both my husband and my sister-in-law went to UM. My mother-in-law worked there for 30 years. And I'm the first person on both sides of my family to go to college. I did not think I would go to college. For me, sorry guys, Anne knows I'm a crier. For me to sit at this table and for my son to have just earned his associates, I am so proud to feel like I belong at this table. And I think that's what we want all of our parents to have. And so growing that relationship, feeling very confident in being a PTI director, I mean, I couldn't even go to an IP meeting by myself. And now I support 12 counties. I really want to grow this relationship with UM even more, that as professionals, and Enrique, I know you're a parent, you're probably all parents, but really, really, really on the ground, in the schools, in the hospitals, in the Baker Act facilities, for you guys to hear from us the impact of the work that you're doing.
And thanks to the generous donation from the Taft Foundation and funding from the Administration for Community Living, we've expanded our Family Resource Room into the Family Navigator Program led by Dr. Maite Schenker and Nancy Torres, who are in our audience today. And they are assisting more than 500 families each year to access disability, mental health, and medical services. And furthermore, they're collaborating with community partners to extend these services throughout the community. Though our training has primarily targeted graduate and postgraduate students, we've been pioneers in cultivating leaders at all levels, including family members and self-advocates. To highlight the evolution of our Pipeline Leadership Program, we've invited Ms. Shelley Bear and Jairo Arana to our panel. With 12 years as the Director of Leadership Training Initiatives, Ms. Bear also co-leads the Lifespan Interprofessional Collaborative, and I'd like to welcome them to the stage.
We have a pipeline and are growing future leaders beyond graduate students, as Michelle just said. As you have heard, we've been around a while, over 50 years, and before it was a national requirement, we included family and self-advocate trainees in our LEND as a discipline. Our team noticed there was always that special trainee that stood out and we knew would do really impressive work in the disability community. So we created ETLP, an advanced leadership development program for early to mid-level career professionals. We're now in our 12th cohort. Next we have, thank you. Next we have our program for adults with disabilities called Project SALT. It's an intensive 3-day training. I see some graduates here, so good. Hello to Lily and Louis and Denise, thanks for coming. Focused on leadership and advocacy. It is unique as it's cross-disability, so we have individuals who have an intellectual or developmental disability, or a physical disability, and or a sensory disability. We are going into our 13th cohort. Our next program actually came from our MAC, our Mailman Advisory Council, that suggested training for siblings. We wanted to have an impact on high school students, our leaders of the future. So SELP was born, Student Emerging Leaders Program. It's a 3-month inclusive leadership program for students with and without disabilities and their siblings. We just began cohort 6 2 days ago. Training and leadership development are key to what we do. DASH is an online training for healthcare providers about how to work better with people with disabilities in the hospitals. And then during COVID, we created a rapid response training for healthcare providers, as we knew people with disabilities were at risk of being discriminated against during the stressful time. We developed it very quickly, and we had a really broad national reach. We are committed to the lifespan approach, as we know kids grow up. PATH is our primary care clinic for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Residents and medical students rotate through this clinic. Now I would like to share our SALT promotional video.
I have a disability.
And there's so much more to me.
Me.
Me. Me.
Us.
People with disabilities are people first.
And we want the same things that every person wants, like having our voices heard, access to transportation,
Having a job for today.
And a career for tomorrow.
being active in our community, being treated with respect and speaking up for our voice.
And that's why Project SALT was created. I'm Shelley Bear, the director of Project SALT.
There was no way for people to learn how to advocate. So what SALT has done is it's given me and others a structured way, a toolkit to learn how to advocate for yourself and how to advocate for others in a structured way.
Project SALT stands for Self-Advocate Leadership Training.
Our mission is to teach a leadership skills curriculum to individuals with disabilities so that they can learn strategies to advocate for themselves, others, and affect larger systems change.
And it's also given us support for each other, because so often being a person with a disability, you feel isolated and alone. So SALT has given us not only the toolkit, but peer-to-peer support so that we could be there for each other as we go through the journey of life.
So how has Project SALT changed my life? It opened up my eyes in the sense that I was really focused on my autism. I was all about me. It made me more aware of other people with other disabilities, not just mine. So it broadened my views. And that's how I started advocating, not just for myself, but for others. I like to say I went from me to the we.
SALT showed me that there's so much more work that I can do for the whole community. So now, as you can see, I'm Miss Wheelchair Florida, and I attest that to being a part of the SALT program. Through my advocacy as Miss Wheelchair Florida, I have been able to make system change. I've been able to talk to the mayor of Sunny Isles Beach and get beach access for all people with disabilities. My advocacy and my persistence in something that I truly believe in was able to get accomplished, and I've had people that live there thank me every time they see me. Parents with strollers, it's able to help elderly with walkers. They're like, oh, you're the girl that's in charge of putting the mats on the beach, right? Thank you so much. It made my life so easy. And without Project SALT, I wouldn't have had the knowledge and the courage to make these changes.
One of our athlete leaders is Ricky Dagger, and he was our first Special Olympics athlete to go through Project SALT. And one of my favorite stories is that I was speaking with Ricky after he went through SALT. And he was telling me about all of the incredible knowledge he gained about laws and about his rights as a person, and that he had decided to get a job. And he let me know that they were considering him for the position, and that other people who had interviewed for that position did not have disabilities, and that they had better pay him the same amount that they were going to pay somebody else, because he knows that he has rights. And I love that, because he never would have gotten that from anything else had it not been for Project SALT.
SALT has changed the lives of so many, and there's more of us every day. SALT's vision is to produce an ever-growing community of individuals with the capacity for self-determination, independence, and the ability to participate in meaningful ways.
So, thank you. So now I'm honored to introduce Jairo Arana, Program Clinical Coordinator, my friend and colleague. And Jairo actually went through 3 of our pipeline leadership programs. So Jairo, tell us a little bit about how going through these leadership programs impacted you.
Thank you very much, Shelley. How going through this pipeline leadership program impacted me, what I got from Project SALT and my experience in LEND, as well as working here at the University of Miami Mailman Center for Child Development, was that awareness of the barriers the inequities people with disabilities face, not only in healthcare, but in other areas in life due to systemic barriers. As I mentioned in the previous video, I was diagnosed with autism late in life, and that was very challenging. I learned to cope, but I also learned about the challenges, the barriers that people with disabilities, cross disabilities, face across the lifespan. So I went from learning to be a self-advocate to advocating for other people and the wider community on a more global level. It was that sense of inclusion that motivated me to want to connect and engage with our community and do my part in making an impact. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley and Jairo. As our story continues, a significant milestone of our training program is its expansion to embrace legislative advocacy. In 2001, we secured one of the prestigious Dyson Community Pediatric Training Awards, garnering $2.5 million over 5 years. From this, we initiated 29 transformative grants and projects, laying the groundwork for our training program's core leadership advocacy training. And those transformative projects garnered more than $35 million. To delve into this groundbreaking journey, we've invited Dr. Jeffrey Brosco and our distinguished alumnus, Dr. Melissa Merrick, to share with us their experiences. With over 2 decades as our former LEN director, Dr. Brosco's insights are invaluable.
In 2010 or so, a maternal child health bureau leader, Michael Liu, asked all of the training programs to start thinking more about social determinants of health and understand things across the lifespan. And this is something we actually have been thinking about and working on already through a lot of our community-based training. But that really gave us the impetus to say, well, what are the specific things that we could do to make sure that every one of our LEN trainees understood that it's population level impact that has the biggest difference for all children and their families. And this is a really hard thing to learn, right? Because almost all of us are trained as teachers, professionals, healthcare folks to take care of that individual person in front of us, that particular family, because they're right there and we want to help. So we immediately have to start thinking about not just that one person in front of us, but that school, that neighborhood where people live, how that family interacts with their neighbors. We also recognized that we had to do this at an institutional level. And that is, it's one thing to tell people what to do, but if we did it as an institution, then we're demonstrating it through our actions. And so we worked together with our community partners and say, what are the things that really matter? What are the strategic things that you want to see changed? Kindergarten readiness, high school graduation. And so we started thinking that way about our outcomes and not just about papers published or people trained. So this gave our trainees an opportunity to see us in action. It also changed the way we were thinking. So it wasn't just about every individual child or family right in front of us, but also how that fits into the broader perspective of really making a big difference for all children.
And finally, Dr. Merrick exemplifies our program's mission, now standing as a national leader and legislative advocate for our most vulnerable children.
When I think about my time at Mailman, it really has set the foundation for everything I do now as a mom, as a psychologist, as the CEO of the nation's oldest and largest national nonprofit that focuses on preventing violence before it occurs. Really, I learned that these are problems that not every person or family can solve on their own, right? And it really opened my eyes to the responsibility that we have collectively. So I'll never forget, the family that came into my office at CPT coincided with being a new mom myself. Parents were young, didn't speak English, worked multiple jobs, were trying the very best they could. They had no family in Miami. And it struck me in that moment that this family was in crisis, right? But where had we missed this family? Or where had our different sectors, our different disciplines, our different systems missed helping provide these families with what they needed, when they needed it, before they were in crisis? This truly is a public health approach, and that was the work that I was fortunate to do as CDC for about 10 years as a senior epidemiologist, and now nationally we do our work in partnership because we know that prevention can only happen in partnership, and I'm so thankful to the partnerships I still have with so many of my colleagues and friends at Mailman. So happy 50th Mailman, and I wouldn't be where I am today as a mom or as a professional without the training and learning that I did there in Miami.
To culminate our 50-year training journey, we would like to spotlight a program that is very near and dear to my heart, and that's our assistive technology program, through a short video to illustrate how we are expanding our training through technology and outreach. The Mailman Center has been at the forefront of assistive technology advancements for those with disabilities through our outreach, academic teaching, and our research. Beginning with the tactile speech devices for children with hearing impairments, We later transitioned, thanks to an initial grant, to a pivotal $5 million federal grant for Project ABCs to build a pioneering online education training program that was really one of the first of its kind in the early 2000s. Today, our assistive technology FAST Lab offers more than 400 devices and trains more than 1,300 individuals annually. And we've cultivated a novel interprofessional, augmentative, and alternative communication clinic, bridging gaps by helping hundreds obtain crucial communication devices. And lastly, our research underscores our commitment to pinpointing barriers in assistive technology service delivery and strategizing ways for future improvements.
More, here you go. Over the past 25 years, the Mailman Center has been dedicated to improving lives for people with disabilities through assistive technology, through our community outreach, our academic teaching, our clinical service, and our research.
Around 1994, I went to a conference. Part of it had to do with assistive technology. I was really interested. I came back to Mailman Center and I ended up applying and getting a grant with the Dr. John D. McDonald Foundation. We started our program by inviting people around the community at Mailman Center, and it was very successful. They all were really amazed at some of the things they found out.
Our assistive technology program was actually one of the first training grants to extend our outreach out into the community.
We decided to try to go bigger, to be an online program. One of the first online programs at the University of Miami School of Medicine that had been developed. We also were able to purchase different types of assistive technology that we could start a small library. And I said to them, I want you to get testimonies. I want you to get videos of people using the technology. I want you to get videos of how the different technology is put together. We also made the course accessible.
That's when we received funding to establish a regional demonstration center for the Florida Alliance for Assistive Services and Technology, also known as FAST. And initially it felt like a daunting task, such as building the foundation of a skyscraper. Our main goal at the time was how could we best serve the wide range of AT needs in our community. So today, our FAST demonstration lab houses a comprehensive range of over 400 devices where UM faculty, staff, residents, and community members throughout South Florida can visit the lab for device demonstration and outreach services so that they can take better care of the patients and families that they serve. More than anything, FAST became the foundation that helped us expand the Mailman Center AT program from a community resource to a program that today can offer clinical services and professional development opportunities in AT. And as I reflect on how our program has grown throughout these years, from just 2 members to now having an entire team, it really does feel like that skyscraper is standing pretty tall.
When I was a student myself, a graduate student in my speech therapy program, we didn't get the same supports that I probably needed working with assistive technology. So when I came back, I got in contact and just happened to meet someone who works at FAST, and through her she was able to teach me and support me. And thankfully through that process, when the opportunity came that a position opened up here, I was able to apply for this position to then allow myself to conduct those trainings that I once attended to help bring about that awareness of assistive technology.
As one of the only interprofessional AAC clinics in South Florida, we receive referrals from across Florida and the Caribbean.
The Mailman Center for the past 3 years has been helping Jorge find a voice. The AAC clinic has been extremely helpful throughout every step of the process, from his diagnosis to obtaining the AAC device and doing all the paperwork for that. It's been a life changer for all of us, and I'm very eternally grateful. Thank you.
When it comes to AT use, device abandonment is a challenge. We think we can make a tremendous impact through early childhood educators. By taking part in this training, our local preschools can learn on the job how to use AT for better engagement, communication, and learning, and fostering a culture of inclusion where all students can belong.
As a doctoral candidate at the University of Miami in special education and a former early childhood special education teacher, working with Step Up AT has allowed me to immerse myself into the world of assistive technology, allowing me to witness the entire life cycle of a research project.
I remember falling in love with assistive technology when I was working with a student who couldn't communicate. And so I remember programming a device to say, "I love you, Mom." And when she walked in, he activated the device and told his mom that "I love you." And she started crying and said that that was the first time that she ever heard her son speak to her. And so through the work that we're doing here at the Mailman Center, we're not only helping that one mom, we're helping thousands and thousands of people to use assistive technology to help in their daily lives.
And as we look back over the last 50 years, the center has been at the forefront of innovation in our training efforts through our holistic vision of interprofessional teamwork, family professional partnerships, leadership training, advocacy, and outreach. Today, our legacy stands firm in our commitment to improve the lives of those with disabilities, with over 10,000 community members trained annually, and the majority of our trainees assuming leadership positions in just a few years. We are immensely grateful for the generosity of our donors, the unwavering dedication of our community partners, and our collaboration with our esteemed panelists, and every individual who has walked this journey with us. As we look forward, let us continue to harness innovation, technology, and collaboration to make a lasting impact. Here's to the next chapter of breaking barriers, forging partnerships, and transforming lives through innovation, connection, and impact.
That was an amazing presentation. My sweaty eyeballs are not from my wool jackets, I don't think, in this instance. This is a place where I've immensely benefited from the training, and I know so many others in attendance and online have also benefited from that training. I really feel like this is a place, as you can see from this past presentation, that is committed to lifelong learning. During this next 5 minutes, and 5 minutes only transition, you'll see some more fun facts about Mailman and the University of Miami. So we will start promptly back up in 5 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes is almost up. I'm like, it serves as like a good revival. I don't know. But I'm guessing. We tried. We're like, can't quite do 10 times because it's too long. Yes. Are you going to AUCD? Oh yeah, because you have a different conference. That's fair. Keep it real. Nice. Nice. Gotcha. That's fair. That's fair. I think we're about ready. If you go ahead and grab your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started again. To capture the amount and types of clinical services that we offer here at the Mailman Center would take several hours or perhaps even days. So we're going to do the best that we can to highlight some of our clinical services during this brief storytelling session. It's going to be exciting for us to showcase some of the different ways that we provide clinical services, some that are in traditional settings and others that are not so traditional settings. And I will say that our clinical services have served as local, state, federal, and international model for increasing access and engagement of children with disabilities and chronic illnesses and their families into services. I'm really excited to introduce this next panel to you. I've had the joy of partnering with each of these individuals in some way or another during my time at Mailman. And if there was a group of storytellers that could win the Loveliest People Award, it would be this group that I'm about to introduce. So our speakers today will include Kathy Vergara, who is the director of the University of Miami Debbie School, Len Maskill, who is the director of Auditory Oral Education Program and Ancillary Services at the Debbie School, Michelle Berkovitz, who's the Early Steps Program Director, Julieta Hernandez, who's in charge of social work here and co-leads our Promoting Behavioral Health Interprofessional Collaborative. And then also Dr. Eileen Davis, who's an assistant professor of clinical pediatrics and who has to put up with me probably more than she would like to. So the Mailman Center's long history of providing cutting-edge and high-quality clinical services began with the work of the Debbie School, the Early Steps Program, and what is now the Department of Genetics. Ranked as one of the top genetics programs in the country, genetics began as one of the first divisions of the Mailman Center, and their clinical services continue to offer families a home here at Mailman.
Will was diagnosed just before his 3rd birthday with Fragile X syndrome. It was something that we had never heard of before.
So Fragile X syndrome is an X-linked condition that causes intellectual disabilities in boys and autism. Could also affect girls. Fragile X is the most common inherited cause of intellectual disabilities. So genetics was one of the first division at the Mailman Center. Then we became the Center for Medical Genetics thanks to a donation of the Dr. John T. McDonald Foundation. Then we became an institute, and now we're the Dr. John T. McDonald Foundation Department of Human Genetics. The original director of the division was Dr. Herbst Labs. He also became famous and received the Kennedy Award thanks to his discovery of the Fragile X site for Fragile X syndrome. When we became a center, they brought Dr. Skip Elsas, who was my mentor, to run this new center. We had all the 3 labs, the biochemical, the molecular, and the cytogenetics labs here at the Mailman Center. Then we became an institute, and we moved out to be our own department of human genetics. The original Mailman Center Genetics Division included Dr. Paul Benke, Virginia Carver, she did prenatal, Magda Plewinska, Mariluz Labs, Paul Tochi, many other genetic counselors also. So Dr. Paul Tochi ran Jewish screening program for Tay-Sachs. We were the second one in the state. And then I actually started a program called the Victor Center for Jewish Genetic Diseases that we had here also for many years. Then in 2009, we founded the Fragile X Clinic, the only one in the state, thanks to funding from the state legislator, from J.C. Planas, and the Ex-Family Foundation from Rosie Perez and her group.
I decided that I wanted to help other families in their journey to find resources and help. And the National Fragile X Foundation approached me to come and meet Dr. Barbuth to establish a clinic here at the Mailman Center. The goals of the foundation is basically to sustain the clinic and help it along in any way it can.
So we're one of 36 clinics now belonging to the National Fragile X Foundation Clinical and Research Consortium, and we treat many families. We've been treating over 200 families with Fragile X syndrome.
Whenever there's a family in need, I recommend them to the clinic, particularly Spanish-speaking families, because it's actually the only bilingual clinic in the country.
So we have a comprehensive medical team, and we offer care from the pediatrics to the adults. And now we have also an adult clinic.
The doctors here are amazing. I mean, he knows this place like the back of his hand. And I've also been a parent contact for other families, so I've helped them along on their journeys too when they get diagnosed. And we tell them about our journey, which is life-changing.
We're part of drug trials now with psychiatry at the moment, but we've done a couple of drug trials too. So we develop the best clinical practices as well, and we're part of this consortium that is part of the whole country. We also have other clinics in genetics. One of them is run by Dr. Willa Thorson for the Down Syndrome Clinic, together with development. I think another big story to acknowledge is our involvement with newborn screening program. So Dr. Rodney Howell was the first chair of the Department of Health and Human Services, Secretary's Committee on Genetics and Hereditary Diseases and Conditions. Dr. Brosco then served as that, and Ofelia Alvarez just started to serve in that position as well. Dr. Pfeiffer is a longtime member of the Florida Department of Health Genetics and Newborn Screening Panel. I was part of that for a while. And we were instrumental to help other programs develop, especially South Carolina with the Fragile X with Dr. Bailey. We also had a big program here with nutrition and being part of advocacy for tandem mass and the screening for PKU, thanks to Shia Rarbach. And all of these, I think, put the seed to now where our department is number 2 in the country for research and NIH funding. Newborn screening and detecting conditions in the babies before they have symptoms can prevent morbidity and mortality. And again, the idea is to prevent the conditions before the baby will develop. Just to give you the example of SMA, it was a very hard clinical counseling to give a family, to tell them their child will die in the first year, versus now we say, we have a treatment, the earlier the treatment, the better. So now we're looking into that data to make sure that we can provide the treatment early, because it makes a difference. And we're following them a year later, and they're doing pretty well. So it have changed their life completely.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kathy Vergara, and I'm the director of the Debbie Institute. I started my journey in the early 1980s as a volunteer, and have been there ever since, and now I'm the director of the school. The Debbie Institute was established, as has been said before, by Dr. Armstrong and Dr. Howell, as a division of the Mailman Center in honor of Debbie Siegel, the granddaughter of Abraham Mailman. The Debbie Institute is affectionately known as the Debbie School, and is a nationally recognized educational and research program for infants and young children with developmental disabilities. Many university students who have completed their internships and training at the Debbie School are now in leadership positions throughout the state and the country. These students all went through the LEND program that Michelle described earlier, the LEND training program. And now I'd like to talk about one of our special friends, Marta Weeks Wolf. Her commitment to the University of Miami and the Miami community was immeasurable. She was the former chair of the Board of Trustees, the first female chair. donating countless hours of time and treasure. One of her favorite projects, which is little known, was the Debbie School. And in 2015, the Weeks Educational Center was established in her honor. The seeds for this endeavor were planted in the early 1980s when Austin Weeks donated funds to support our program for children with hearing loss. For over 40 years, the Weeks family legacy has changed the lives of over 1,000 young children with hearing loss enrolled in our auditory oral education program and children with disabilities enrolled in our Birth to True early education program. Marta's legacy will always be a part of the heart of the Debbie School. We are forever grateful to the Weeks family for their generosity. In the 1970s, Diane Bricker, well known for her research on early intervention for children with disabilities, was the director of the Debbie School. Her research project conducted at the Debbie School was designed to investigate the efficacy of early intervention for children with disabilities ages 3 to 5. These photos, the previous photos, are example of her work with children at the Debbie School. The pilot program became the first pre-kindergarten program for children with disabilities in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and now has approximately 177 classrooms throughout the school system and serves approximately 2,000 children every year. So you can see how in a research project at a demonstration school like the Debbie School can ultimately end up serving thousands of children. Our collaboration with Miami-Dade County Public School has continued through the years through ongoing contracts that began in the 1980s for children birth to 3 with disabilities and another for children with hearing loss. It is now my pleasure to introduce Lynn Mishkel, who's the director of the Auditory Oral Education Program.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Sorry. So what is now the Auditory Oral Education Program for children who are deaf and hard of hearing began with innovative research with tactile vocoders, devices that delivered the sounds of speech to the skin. Let's hear Dr. Kim Aller share the origins of the program.
We were able to formally initiate the Tactile Speech Project on the basis of a gift from Jerome Cohen and his wife Rita, which would have occurred about 1978, maybe 77 or 78. That got us going, investigating how one might use the skin as a method of transmitting speech for deaf individuals. Now, about the same point in time, cochlear implantation was beginning to occur. Nobody knew how good it was going to be, but we were investigating the tactile opportunity. And soon thereafter, in the early 80s, we began a program at the Debbie Institute, a model program for the Dade County Public Schools, the then Dade County, not Miami-Dade County, but Dade County Public Schools. And the way we started that was that we negotiated a deal with the Dade County Public Schools to have a model program that would use these tactile devices as a way of trying to inspire the kids to talk more. And Kathy Vergara became the director of that program right away. And over the years, what happened was that cochlear implantation became so effective that the program migrated from being an effort where the artificial hearing part of it was in the tactile realm to being a cochlear implantation implementation.
So, fun fact, my husband was earning his PhD at the Mailman Center with Dr. Aller, developing these tactile vocoders, so that's where we met. So 33 years later, here we are. So lots of good things come out of the Mailman Center. Little point of personal privilege. Another point is Jerry and Rita Cohn. They were so generous and instrumental in this program to help children with hearing loss listen and talk. From these successful outcomes, we established a Florida statute supporting auditory oral education throughout the state. This has resulted in grants from the Florida Department of Education to support more and more children across the state who are deaf and hard of hearing and their families. And that system change just keeps on going. And now it's initiated by our graduates. Here we have Theo Velez, a high schooler with cochlear implants. He's sharing a smile and a commitment to prioritizing hearing health with none other than Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala Yousafzai in his role as Cochlear Foundation's National Ambassador for the Achieve Anything program. Theo was able to benefit from the Mailman Center Division of Audiology and Speech-Language Pathology Services. Dr. Robert Pfeiffer, who you've met today, takes the lead on the newborn hearing screening program that's implemented at Jackson Memorial Hospital, and the ongoing collaboration between this program, the Debbie Schools program, and the University of Miami Department of Otolaryngology's Children's Hearing Program, too many letters there, the Children's Hearing Program. All of this creates a seamless system from the identification of hearing loss to intervention and family support. So I'd like to introduce Angelica Martinez and her son Mason, who wears a cochlear implant on one ear and a hearing aid on the other. And like Theo, they have used their experience at the Mailman Center and the Debbie School to educate others about the importance of early intervention for children who are deaf and hard of hearing.
My oldest one was born prematurely, so that caused him to be in the NICU for some time. And then my son was diagnosed with hearing loss shortly after we were connected to the program Early Steps. And in Early Steps, I was connected with a service provider. And then the service provider helped me with getting him evaluated, getting him tested, and just monitoring his progress. And ultimately in that, I was connected with Lynn Mishko from the Debbie School, and she was able to, get Mason started in the auditory oral program. And ever since then, that's where he's graduated. He's an alumni from the Debbie School, and he's doing very well. He's in the mainstream program. He's in a gifted 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Mason, and I'm 9.5 years old, almost 10 in November. My favorite thing to do is soccer.
Thank you so much to everybody at the Debbie School.
And the audiologists at the Children's Hearing Program.
All the teachers, all the staff members, the directors, the service coordinators.
I have no limits. Thank you, Mailman Center, for helping me be the person I am today.
As you can see, that Mason participated and greatly benefited from being in inclusion classrooms at the Debbie School. He is now very successful in general education classrooms in the school system. Inclusion of children with disabilities in classrooms with children without disabilities began under the leadership of Dr. Rebecca Fuel, director of the Debbie Institute in the 1990s and early 2000s. At that time, the concept of including children with disabilities in classrooms alongside children without disabilities was very controversial. Parents of children with disabilities were afraid their children wouldn't get enough attention and wouldn't have the proper services that they need if they were in classrooms with children without disabilities. And parents of children without disabilities were afraid that their children would not progress because they would be modeling after children with disabilities. So it was a big deal at the time. There was Debbie School Center was the first in the country at that time to introduce inclusion, and none of those things happened. Everything has worked out beautifully, and we've continued with wonderful inclusion programs. Early research by Dr. Fuel and Dr. Gross, Dr. Michelle Gross, demonstrated outstanding outcomes for children who participated in these programs. Recent work by Dr. Daniel Messinger and Lynn Perry from the Department of Psychology has looked at the social interactions of children in inclusive classrooms at the Debbie School. The vest worn by the child in the slide has a Lena recorder, which provides information about child vocalizations, peer vocalization, and turn-taking. The UV Sense sensor attached to the vest tracks the children's movements. And as you see all the little triangles moving, those are early preschool children with hearing loss enrolled in a classroom with their peers without hearing loss. The pointed part of the triangle is where the direction the child is facing. As you can see, they're very, very active. Results have shown that peer interactions, back and forth conversation, is better for children's language development than high quantities of adult talking. This research is really critical research because if you go out into child care centers and classrooms or cause of community, very frequently you see the teacher doing most of the talking. And they're not encouraging, or they don't realize the importance of encouraging the children to talk with each other and how that will impact their language development. Also, peer interaction is a strong predictor of increased vocalizations and language development in children with and without hearing loss. There was a lot of question about including children with hearing loss in classrooms with typically developing children. And this research is showing that the children with hearing loss benefit greatly from being with role models and typically developing peers. Now we have a video of Jasmine Gonzalez, who is an employee at the Debbie School, and years ago she was one of our students.
Before I was born, I had a stroke in my mom's belly, and it affected my right side, my leg and my hand. So the doctors recommended my parents to Debbie School. I mean, they were new in the country, so they didn't know anything about help or anything. I began when I was 1 year old, and I loved it. I loved coming. Debbie School is like my second home. My mom used to tell me that even on weekends, I grabbed my bag and I used to wait for the van outside. And I had a best friend. Her name was Julie, and I used to play with her a lot. She was in a wheelchair, so I used to help her with some stuff too. I learned a lot. It helped me with a lot of therapy, because thanks to that, I feel better. I do more stuff on my own that I couldn't do. After that, I went to public school, and I decided, when I grow up, I want to be a teacher. I graduated with my associates. Now I am a classroom assistant. It makes me feel good that I helped them, yes, because it makes me go back to when I was young. Yes, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to work here and coming back again.
Jasmine is one of our most wonderful employees, and I always get emotional. The Debbie School, what are our next steps? The Debbie School will continue to impact children with disabilities through innovative teaching strategies. We'll expand research with children with disabilities, train future professionals, and connect with children, families, and professionals in our community and throughout the state. And most importantly, we will continue to support and ensure the protection and expansion of existing laws and systems established partially because of the vision of the Mailman family. Now, our next presentation will be about the Early Steps program. The Early Steps program evolved from a research project conducted at the Debbie School, another research project. The Infant Health and Development Project investigated the impact of high-quality early intervention. Positive outcomes led to federal funding of early intervention services for children with disabilities birth to 3, and influenced the adoptions of the Individuals with Disabilities Act Part D Early Steps program in Florida, which serves thousands of children in Florida. The Debbie School and Early Steps continue to work hand in hand to serve young children with disabilities. And it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Michelle Berkovitz, the Director of Early Steps.
Before I begin to speak about the Early Steps program, I want to take a moment to remember Dr. Charles Bauer, who through almost 50 years of incredible leadership was instrumental in the establishment and continuation of early intervention services at the Mailman Center. The North Dade Early Steps program at Mailman Center is open to all families of children birth to 3 in the north half of Miami-Dade County at no cost to those families. We've been able to serve almost 4,000 families in this past year alone. Early Steps offers multidisciplinary assessments and coordinates early intervention services for infants and toddlers who either have significant developmental delays or who have conditions that place them at risk for a developmental delay. Our early intervention services are focused on Florida embedded practices and interventions with caregivers, our FLEPIC model. Within this model, providers learn to coach caregivers on strategies to support their children's learning and development during the family's everyday routines and activities. And we're proud to say that this FLEPIC model has grown from a demonstration project within Mailman Center and 2 other Early Steps programs across the state to being implemented statewide in all 15 local Early Steps programs in Florida. I'm excited and proud to share this video about the Early Steps program, and I'm extremely grateful to those families who participated and shared their stories about the positive impact that the Early Steps program has for their child and their family. The Miami-Dade North Early Steps program is an early intervention program for infants and toddlers with developmental delays and disabilities. This is a program where we provide evaluations to determine if children qualify, or if they're eligible for early intervention services, and help them to get connected with those services in the community.
It was unbelievable with Early Steps. They advised me many things, how to do the tum time, how to feed, how to breastfeed, the doctors had to go, and it was amazing because they helped me with everything.
We get the opportunity to help so many families across the community and really helping to set the stage for kids. One of the important parts we think about is we work with infants and toddlers. We work with them just at the beginning, and so for many families this is just the start of a journey ahead as they help to support their child. And our goal with the Early Steps program is to make sure that we're helping those families provide that foundation so they continue as their child grows and develops to continue moving forward, that they feel confident, that they feel comfortable, that they're able to support their child.
Early Steps para nosotros fue como esa luz que nos ha acompañado todo este tiempo desde que él nació. Le hicieron una evaluación, nos han enviado una terapeuta a la casa, ella nos guía sobre en qué se está quedando, qué es lo que más necesita.
En las herramientas que hay para poder incursionar este tema, ¿no? Que es tener un bebé con necesidades especiales.
I've been with this program for 45 years. Initially, the program was established in 1973 by Dr. Charles Bauer to assess long-term outcomes of high-risk survivors of the neonatal intensive care unit at Jackson Memorial Hospital in the mid-1980s. The focus of the program changed to now including intervention as well as evaluations. As people realize how important early identification and intervention is, since 1989 to 1990, Dr. Bauer, along with several physicians from the state of Florida, a concerned parent activist from Miami-Dade County, Paula Lalinde, and the Deputy Chief Director from Children's Medical Services, Michael Capoli, worked very hard and lobbied to implement IDA Part C in the state of Florida. To assure the optimal early intervention services are available to all eligible infants and toddlers, not only in Miami-Dade County, but in the state of Florida. All their work paid off, and by the fall of 1991, the implementation of IDA Part C in Florida became a reality, and the program's name changed to Early Steps.
Es como encontrar respuestas. Es difícil primero aceptar que de pronto tu bebé tiene una condición diferente.
Entonces, estás lidiando con el shock de que hay algo mal que anda en tu bebé. Y segundo, encontrar el apoyo y el soporte emocional y que te ayuden a seguir qué pasos dar, hacia dónde ir, porque estás primero perdida con tus emociones y segundo, no sabes a quién acudir para ayudar a tu bebé.
Every child potentially eligible for the Early Steps program receives a service coordinator. That service coordinator stays with them throughout their entire duration of our program and just ensure with them that everything is going okay, that they're receiving the service and that our community providers are also involved and that everything's running smoothly.
Tenemos el acompañamiento también de la asesora de recursos para la familia.
And also the service coordinator will empower the family because early intervention is just the beginning. Our program is just the beginning of the rest of these children's lives. Starting early is gonna save a lot of money at the end because you start from the beginning. So our legislators should know about early intervention. This program will help these children for the rest of their lives and to help our community, help other children as they grow.
Chloe started rolling with 13 months old. That is amazing for a child with Down syndrome. And she's starting talking now. She's developing very well.
One of the biggest things that we're thinking about, how do we move forward with the program, is how do we make sure that our program really focuses on coaching families? And so that's one of the big pieces that our program was one of the 3 demonstration programs across the state to introduce the FLEPIC model, our embedded practices for intervention, for coaching for families, for making sure that families really have the tools to support their child's development.
I've been worried with so many things, but with Early Steps, everything's been so much easier, you know? I have no words to describe how thankful I am for Early Steps.
Beautiful, especially beautiful. I started my career here in the Mailman Center at the Early Steps back in 1999. As you heard before from Dr. Armstrong, in 1985, he was tasked by Dr. William Cleveland, Chair of Pediatrics and Associate Director of the Mailman Center, to bridge the gap between the child development and child health divisions of the Department of Pediatrics. This led to inclusion of children with acquired developmental disabilities because of chronic illnesses and treatment as a major focus of the Mailman Center. And you can see here that multiple collaborations and interdisciplinary innovations started across the years with that new focus. The first initiative was in pediatric hematology-oncology. Trainees began rotating with Dr. Armstrong and the HemOnc team in the care of children with cancer, sickle cell, anemia, and hemophilia. The behavioral and developmental program became fully integrated with HemOnc and included a parent training and education program, a school reentry program, neurocognitive evaluation of all children with ALL and brain tumors, inpatient and outpatient treatment for pain, nausea, coping with invasive procedures, treatment adherence, sibling support, and coping with end-of-life issues. Over time, the Mailman faculty, including Dr. Mark Bloomberg and current HemOnc psychologist Dr. Winsome Thompson, became actively involved in this program. Mailman faculty assisted in the design and implementation of the first pediatric bone marrow transplant unit, and Dr. Gary Kleiner was partially recruited to lead a non-malignant bone marrow transplant program for children with genetic conditions that led to severe neurodevelopmental disabilities or death. one of the earliest long-term survivorship programs in childhood cancer was started, and this integrated HEMONC program became a model for childhood cancer and sickle cell integrated programs across the country. Concurrently, Dr. Kathleen Limanek developed another integrated clinical behavioral program with the pulmonary division in the areas of asthma, cystic fibrosis, and allergy. She engaged trainees in adherence research and intervention, treatment of pain and distress, and end-of-life support. The HIV epidemic expanded to children who were perinatally infected. This program is also particularly important for me because I work directly with Dr. Scott, that you can see in the picture, and the wonderful psychosocial team there, and Dr. Ana Garcia, my colleague and mentor. When the HIV epidemic expanded to children who were perinatally infected, some of the initial clinical activity happened in the Davis School with Dr. Jeff Seibert, who led the efforts for full inclusion of children infected with HIV in the Davis School classrooms. So you see, everything is very holistic. Dr. Armstrong and Dr. Ana Garcia began a behavioral and developmental support program integrated with the Division of Infectious Disease and Immunology that involved inpatient consultation and support for end-of-life care. Dr. Susan Chalfin began a developmental evaluation follow-up program using Ryan White funding. Dr. Armstrong and Dr. Gwendolyn Scott collaborated on a seminal NIH-funded study that demonstrated a trajectory of decline in neurodevelopmental function in perinatally infected children. Dr. Carol Gay, one of our LEND trainees, was the first author of this seminal paper. The neurodevelopmental evaluation program expanded as the perinatal HIV grew and included the development of a model care program that was published and adapted in many other programs across the country. Dr. Alan Delamere developed another, who is here, an important collaboration with the Division of Endocrinology and Dr. Janine Sanchez to provide integrated care for children with diabetes. This program became a national model for care of children with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Mailman faculty have also been involved in developing the International Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes Clinical Practice Consensus Guidelines related to psychological care of children, adolescents, and young adults with diabetes. Integrated behavioral health care within the outpatient diabetes clinic continues today at the Mailman Center and has contributed to Holtz Children's Hospital at UM-Jackson to be ranked nationally as one of the leading hospitals for diabetes and endocrinology by US News and World Report for 11 years in a row. Trauma care. The Mailman Center also has a long history of serving trauma survivors, long and rich history. The domestic violence program started with the HEROES program founded by Dr. Robert Morgan, who I know is watching virtually, in the 1990s. That evolved into a contract with Miami. Actually, Dr. Morgan was sought out by the Miami-Dade County's Coordinated Victims Assistance Center and entered into a contract to provide these services. Our contract with South Florida Behavioral Health Network for the Victims of Crime Act, VOCA, project for children who are victims of violent crime started a few years ago. I and Dr. Jonelle Potter, who are shown in this video, in this slide, collaborate in a project, in the Thrive project, which stands for Trafficking Healthcare Resources and Interdisciplinary Victim Services and Education. This Thrive program provides integrated perinatal health, mental health, infant mental health, and substance use care to pregnant women and young children survivors of human trafficking trauma. In 1992, following Hurricane Andrew, who will forget that one, right? The first pediatric mobile clinic was established. Initially intended to provide a medical home for children with no insurance coverage, the post-hurricane challenges quickly involved Mailman faculty and staff in providing developmental and behavioral services. And these integrated services continue today. You can see there the entire pediatric mobile clinic at the beginning, when Dr. Arturo Brito, the founding director of the pediatric mobile clinic, was a member of the Mailman faculty, and he went on to be the executive director of the Children's Health Fund. Dr. Lisa Wynn, current director of the Pediatric Mobile Clinic and a member of the Mailman Center faculty, led early Mailman Center initiatives in telehealth and school health, which ultimately evolved into the current school health program that includes both medical and behavioral developmental components. The Pediatric Mobile Clinic and the School Health Initiative are two shining examples of Mailman Center clinical programs connecting and working with the community to meet vulnerable youth and their families where they are. At the end of most days, you can find the Pediatric Mobile Clinic parked in its home on the Mailman Center courtyard, where the newest Pediatric Mobile Clinic bus was unveiled in 2019. Now we are going to enjoy the video from the pediatric.
Today is about our brand new mobile clinic. It is going to bring state-of-the-art medical care to our community, and we couldn't be more excited.
We'll be able to expand the use of telemedicine, which will provide new opportunities to connect patients with our U-Health specialists right here on campus.
We don't wait for children to come into a clinic or to the hospital. We need to go to them, where they live, where they learn, where they play, and deliver those high-quality health services. If you build it, they will come. May have worked for a ball field in Iowa, but when it comes to medical services, let's make house calls.
There are so many families that aren't able to have regular access to primary care, and being able to provide it in such a convenient way is an opportunity that we just couldn't pass up.
I can watch that video over and over and over again. It's so much fun. With support from the Health Foundation of South Florida and an ounce of prevention, Dr. Brasco and Dr. Armstrong implemented Health Spark. This program assessed needs of children in child care centers across Miami-Dade County and connected them with medical homes focused on supporting child care center intervention in the areas of dental care, physical activity, and nutrition. Funding for a tooth varnishing pilot for young children was part of this initiative with the support of Dr. Dina Verone. The Craniofacial Anomalies Clinic was started by Dr. Seth Thaler as a Children's Medical Services program. This multidisciplinary clinic involved Mailman faculty in genetics, psychology, dentistry, social work, nursing, and nutrition, and ultimately became one of the only accredited craniofacial anomalies programs in Florida. Mailman faculty were also involved with pediatric bioethics related to solid organ transplantation, neonatal issues, and special consideration of children with neurodevelopmental anomalies or disabilities. Mailman Center leaders served as chairs of the Holtz Children's Hospital Pediatric Bioethics Committee from 1994 until 2013. Over the years, the Mailman Center has expanded its reach through a number of clinical programs serving children and families experiencing a broad range of psychosocial risk factors. In January 1980, the Child Protection Team was established, led by Medical Director Dr. Walter Lambert and Clinical Director Dr. Susan Dandies. The Child Protection Team is a multidisciplinary program that supplements child protective services investigations by providing expertise in evaluating alleged abuse and neglect, assessing risk factors, and providing recommendations for interventions to protect children throughout Miami-Dade and Monroe counties. Dr. Jean Hersherin and Dr. Alan Delamater started the Behavioral Pediatrics Clinic to provide medical, behavioral, and social skills supports for children with ADHD and other neurodevelopmental and behavioral challenges. Over time, Mailman faculty and LEN trainees began participating as team members in the ACC West primary care and continuity clinics. Drawing from his experiences in CBT and behavioral pediatrics as a psychology trainee, your MC today, Dr. Jason Gent, partnered with Dr. Hersherin to develop the Healthy Steps program, which has been continually funded by the Children's Trust since 2007. Healthy Steps provides early childhood development support to young children ages 0 to 5 and their families within the primary care setting. The program initially served 300 families annually, but starting this year, they will serve over 1,000 families each year within these 3 pediatric practices. With great vision and with generous funding from the Children's Trust, Dr. Gent, who at the time was a new member of the Mailman faculty, also established the Parent-Child Interaction Therapy Program in 2011. What began as a small program serving a small number of English-speaking families per year in its one clinic at the Mailman Center has evolved into a program that currently provides services in English and Spanish to approximately 350 families of young children with disruptive behaviors and anxiety each year throughout Miami-Dade County, including community-embedded clinics in Little Havana, Homestead, Overtown, and Kendall, as well as an autism specialty clinic run by Dr. Megan Parladay in the Coral Gables campus. In 2016, PCIT was honored as a recipient of the Champions for Children Program of the Year Award by the Children's Trust. In 2020, building on its growing infrastructure of internet service delivery to further reduce barriers for families, the PCIT team led efforts in transitioning clinical services to telehealth delivery for programs across the Mailman Center and the Department of Pediatrics, as well as for PCIT programs nationally and internationally. On-demand and electronic resources were provided to thousands of PCIT clinicians worldwide, and our group even helped therapists in Japan transition their services to telehealth. The success of the PCIT program allowed Mailman faculty to secure additional funding to expand the scope and the reach of services. Since 2017, the Children's Trust has funded the Teacher-Child Interaction Training Program as an early childhood research demonstration project. Dr. Allison Weinstein's Parent Club, also a TCT-funded program, is a partnership with Be Strong International and Florida International University, which offers free parenting workshops designed to help families raise children that are successful, happy, and healthy. Parent Club served over 5,000 families in 2022-23 alone. And finally, Dr. Nelly Garcia's Team Coach, also funded by TCT, extends the reach and impact of the Mailman Center by providing evidence-based training, coaching, and support for dozens of trust-funded parenting programs throughout Miami-Dade County. In these next 50 years for the Mailman Center, we are excited to see how our clinical programs will continue to grow and evolve through ongoing commitment to innovation, connection, and impact.
That's a lot of clinical services to try and fit into a presentation. And there's going to be people like, hey, you left out my program as well. And just those videos just kind of really show off the impact that we're having during people's childhood, but also as they emerge into adults as well. We're going to have a 10-minute short intermission right now. During this time, the slideshow that you'll be able to see will show over 100 people here at Mailman that have been here for 10 years or longer. The years of service and dedication that are shown in these slides just go to show how committed the individuals are who work here for changing lives. During this time, feel free to check out the artwork on the side, but we will start up in 10 real American minutes. So. I like it. I wear hats like that. I just wear them facing forward. Hey, Betty. Is it off? Oh. Gave me an excuse. I have now 3 UMO ties. That's okay. Because you're a Seminole. I think my son's going to be a We'll be starting back up in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. And we'll be starting back up in 1 minute. All right, welcome back. We're now excited to talk about the research that's been conducted at the Mailman Center over the last 50 years. There have been several amazing lines of research, I could say the word, that have been developed and implemented through the center. The beauty of much of the research that we complete at the Mailman Center is really, that Venn diagram that Dr. Armstrong was showing earlier. That is how we do research. Our research encompasses training individuals on how to actually conduct research and partnering with the community to produce research that is built with and for the community. The following speakers that we have for this storytelling are truly titans in their respective areas of specialty, both nationally and internationally. We're truly blessed to have such an amazing history of groundbreaking research that has been conducted at the Mailman Center. First, we'll have Dr. Delamater, who is a professor of pediatrics and psychology, and he is the director of clinical psychology and research. Then we'll have Tiffany Field, who is professor of pediatrics, and Dr. Daniel Messenger, who is also a professor of psychology and pediatrics. Dr. Delamater, you're all up.
Well, thank you, Jason. And it is really terrific to reflect on all the achievements and the history of the Mailman Center in terms of the training that we've done and the clinical services we deliver. And now we'll talk some about the research. And it's also terrific and great to see Mr. O here in the Mailman Center with Dr. Howell. Chairs you've sat in for many hours over the many years that you've been here. So when we think about how can we begin to cover the research that's been done in this building and outside of this building over 50 years, it's really a daunting task. And really the best way to talk about it is to talk about the people who've done it. So I do want to mention, though, that there are a number of areas that our research has focused over these 5 decades plus 2. Clearly, it's been a focus on child development in high-risk infants. We've heard about genetic risk factors and Fragile X, prematurity, low birth weight children, prenatal substance exposure, interventions to promote optimal development through very innovative means like massage as well as the early intervention programs. There's also been a big focus on speech development, particularly in kids with hearing loss. And of course, autism spectrum disorders has been a major focus as well. But our faculty has also focused on neurodevelopment in children with chronic health conditions, in particular HIV, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, and others, as well as psychosocial adjustment and regimen adherence in kids with chronic health conditions. We've had a focus on obesity prevention, and we've had a focus on parenting interventions for behavior disorders. And as we've heard, and you've seen the Venn diagram, there's overlap. So much of our research is occurring with our trainees. Much of our research is occurring through our clinical services. And of course, much of it has been funded by NIH, by other federal agencies, as well as a number of other foundations. So I'm really fortunate to have 2 outstanding colleagues to help me today in presenting this research. And the only way we really can do this is to talk about highlights and to focus on the individuals that have done this. So we're not going to cover everything, and this will not be a scientific presentation. It's going to really be covering the territory, telling the stories of who has conducted these type of studies. So first, I'd like Dr. Tiffany Field to come up and talk about one of the things we've heard a lot about today, which is the early work done by Herb Lubbs in genetics. Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you. I just wanted, before I start my long sort of review of older researchers, some of whom are no longer with us, I just wanted to congratulate everyone. I have never heard such wonderful presentations of clinical programs. And having been here for 47 years, I think I couldn't begin to count the number of programs that have been developed. It's just, so congratulations to all of you. I just wanted to say that. Well, you've heard a little bit about Dr. Lubbs today. He is noted mostly, if I can change the slide. Oh, okay. As you know, for the marker, X chromosome, fragile X chromosome, I happened to be invited to the award ceremony that when Ted Kennedy gave him an award from the National Academy of the Advancement of Sciences. And so I was there for that, and I had the distinct pleasure of sitting next to John JFK Jr., at that service, who went up and hugged Dr. Lubbs after Dr. Lubbs was given his award. So that was pretty sensational. I think it thinks my thumb is too cold or something. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the next person you've also already heard about, Dr. Aller. Dr. Aller and his wife, Rebecca Eilers, did a lot of work with young kids who were deaf. You've heard about that already. And now you're going to hear about some of the early research that they did on babbling.
The primary line of research that has been involved in my entire career is work on human infant vocal development. I started doing that to some extent by accident at the University of Washington, and then brought it with me to the Mailman Center when I moved there in would have been 1975. I would have started in January of 1976, and there were a lot of really exciting things that occurred during that era, but perhaps the one that yielded the most publicity and the most reputation for me was the finding that deaf babies born profoundly bilaterally deaf, showed a series of very surprising characteristics. The first one was that they didn't fail to vocalize. They vocalized lots. As a matter of fact, we have no indication that they vocalize less than hearing infants do. And that's a story that we maybe will want to come back to. But there is something different. In the first year of life, deaf babies do not enter what we call the canonical stage of vocal development until very late. A typically developing child starts producing baba, dada, nana, canonical babbling, by the time they're around 7 months of age usually, and essentially never after 10 months. And the deaf babies, the ones that are profoundly impaired, start essentially never that early. So we discovered in the 1980s, early 1980s, at the Mailman Center, that a deaf baby who was not producing canonical babbling by 10 months was at very high risk for very profound hearing impairment. It went on to other things as well, of course. There are other risks that are associated with late onset canonical babbling, which was an invention of our laboratory. Also, when I say an invention, we gave a name to canonical babbling and provided a systematic acoustic and articulatory description of it. And that definition made it possible for us to notice that in a variety of circumstances, kids with neurological disorders, for example, might show late onset of canonical babbling. We know now that some babies, not all of them, but some with autism show late onset canonical babbling. And we've been continuing the work in autism. As a matter of fact, we have a paper in submission right now about that. So our work in autism also started at the Mailman Center.
Mm-hmm. Moving on to Dr. Keith Scott. Keith and Mr. Honorati and Dr. Stempel were very active in developing many of the programs that are in the Mailman Center. Keith and his wife, Marcia Scott, did a number of studies that involved applied developmental psychology, an epidemiological approach to developmental disabilities, developmental risk factors, early intervention to promote child development in high-risk children. Moving on to Rebecca Fuel. She was very instrumental in a lot of the work that was done at the Debbie School, including early intervention and longitudinal study of at-risk children and early language and communication skills in children. Moving on to some of the work that we did at the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, I wanted to acknowledge Maria Hernandez-Reif and Dr. Deborah Bengel for their work with us on this. We massaged preterm babies. In the beginning, before we actually did the massages, we were working on non-nutritive sucking. We argued that these babies were being tube fed and they needed stimulation of the oral region, so we had them sucking on nipples and they gained a significant amount of weight. And then we argued that if they could gain that much weight from being stimulated just in the oral region, that if we stimulated them across their entire body, they might gain even more weight. And back then, massage was not a very popular therapy, so we called it tactile kinesthetic stimulation. And eventually we came to call it massage therapy. We had to then do some studies to document what the underlying mechanism was. And so we did a study that showed that vagal activity was increased when we massaged these babies. The vagus is one of the largest cranial nerves, as you know, and has branches all over the body, including to the GI tract, where it stimulated gastric motility, and that was one of the mechanisms. And then we found that it also increased growth hormone. And so we've continued to do those studies. Okay, thank you, Ellen.
Thank you, Tiffany. Our next presenter is Daniel Messinger, and Daniel actually began his career as a faculty member at the Mailman Center as a research assistant professor. I think it was 1994. And if my math is correct, given Daniel's experience and Tiffany's experience and my own, having started here in 91, I think that's around 106 years of combined experience doing research at Mailman. Daniel?
Thanks, Alan. It's really a pleasure. Oh, look, it's me. It's really a pleasure to be here and to honor, I guess, our collective development as Mailman faculty and intervention providers, and really, as I look over the room, kind of honor the experiences we've been privileged to have, both in providing care to and better understanding, researching these little kids. Okay, now I'll try the famous button. Can you go back one? Whoa. Oh, I have to go back. And you know, it's a collaborative enterprise. It takes a lot of hand-holding.
Yeah, there you go. Start.
Okay, so it's a pleasure, an honor, and with a little bit of sadness to talk about Charlie Bauer, who we've heard a lot about today, a neonatologist, a professor in peds, in OBGYN, but I think more than anything, really a Mailman PI, really a presence who led the Infant Health and Development Program, IHDP. In Charlie's work, he really treasured the importance of the little ones, of the little babies in the nursery, and was dedicated to improving their lives through careful study of their development. So through IHDP, he showed that intensive early intervention, both in the home and in the preschool environment, improved outcomes for babies, both at 8 years, which you see on the slide, but with this team throughout until 18 years of age. And then even as much as early intervention, also policy. So Dr. Berkovitz, now the head of Early Steps, working with Charlie to show that as medical science channeled through Mailman saved an increasing number of babies and babies of lower and lower birth weights, that their morbidity did not increase, that outcomes remained the same. So a good outcome for all. So I work with Charlie on maternal lifestyle study, and then I've continued to work collaboratively with Mailman folks doing research at the Debbie School, the kids you've seen in the slides and videos, looking at language and social development. So the maternal lifestyle study, this was the era of the quote-unquote crack babies, but what we found in this big multi-site study is that there were subtle effects of cocaine exposure on cognitive and social emotional development, but they were no different in intensity or quality than the effects of other prenatal exposures like alcohol and tobacco. This conclusion was also bolstered by the work of Dr. Banstra, working with Dr. Canimaro, Dr. Ecanero, and Dr. Mansour. So in their work, they found that prenatal cocaine exposure in particular had subtle but detectable effects on intrauterine growth patterns, on language development, on attention measures, and also importantly on mother-child interactions. And I want to note that Dr. Banstra and Dr. Morrow did this all through federally funded research based here in Miami. So they were not working with a multi-site study like we were. They were making it all happen here, all the way from the nursery to the follow-ups and to all the conceptualizations. So hats off to them. In my own work with Mailman colleagues at the Debbie School, we track kids in the classroom, so we see where they're moving. We record their vocalizations. We find that when Anthony talks to Maria, Maria will talk more to Anthony, so there's this peer effect of talking with your friends. And we find that when our great Debbie School teachers talk in more complex ways, more phonemic diversity in their speech, the kids speak in more phonemically diverse utterances. And this speech that the kids produce is linked to their assessed language ability. So the research takeaway is talk more in class. It helps your language and social development. And then it's a real pleasure to link or to talk about the exceptional linkage of Mailman faculty with the Card Center, which is more based at the Coral Gable campus. So this is the work of Michael Alessandri, top left. Jennifer DeRocher, top right, also here. I'm sure Michael is with us online as well. Meg Parlati, bottom left, who was my graduate student, and Dr. Hale. So on the bottom there, the same kinds of recordings of the kids that we did in the classrooms we're also doing during their autism spectrum disorder assessments that Alan was talking about. And we find that there's a unique vocal signature of kids with autism during those assessments. And I think finally, and very importantly, the work of Jason and Meg is the belief was parent-child interaction therapy, okay, this is great, this can handle behavior disorders, but certainly it can't deal with kids with autism, they're so different. But instead, their research is showing, continues to show, that in fact PCIT can really help these kids and their families in our community as well. So thank you, and I'll give it back to Alan.
Thank you, Daniel. He's off to the airport, but we really appreciate him staying to talk about the people that have made this research possible at Mailman. And now I'm going to continue our survey of these highlights, and a major focus over the years has been research led by Dr. Daniel Armstrong on the effects of chronic illness on neurodevelopment. And you will see this list of the research team, which includes many people who've been trainees, but who then have become faculty here at Mailman as well. So neurodevelopment and chronic illness focused on mechanisms of disease as well as effects of treatment on neurodevelopment. The opportunity to link with the Children's Oncology Group was tremendous because it represented nationally funded multi-site studies that made possible this very important work that focused in various illness groups. And the main thing about the impact of this was that it led to guidelines for care. And I think that's a really important application of the research when it really does affect the ways that we conduct clinical care. Same thing with in sickle cell disease, the multi-site national studies of the cooperative study of sickle cell disease, which focused on developmental functioning in toddlers and cognitive functioning in older kids as a function of sickle cell disease and its treatment. And then studies continued with neurodevelopment in children with HIV, and you heard in the last presentation on clinical services the remarkable integrated program that was developed for a developmental services project in HIV, which turned into a scholarly publication in peer-reviewed journal, one of the first of its kind in the sometime in the 90s. My own work has focused on psychosocial and behavioral research in children and adolescents with type 1 diabetes, and I've been fortunate also to work with a tremendous team of colleagues and students over the years. One of my colleagues who's really enjoyed working with and collaborating with over these years is Annette LaGreca in the psychology department. And together we had an NIH T32 research training grant that's focused on health behavior research in minority pediatric populations. I have to say that for me it was probably the most gratifying grant that I have ever had, because it gave us the opportunity to work with so many people and help their career development. So this was really a rich collaboration between Mailman and the psychology department that funded 3 pre-doctoral and 3 postdoctoral pediatric psychology trainees for 15 years. One of the things that we did at the time in 1992, many of you will remember when Hurricane Andrew hit us in South Florida. So Annette did a lot of studies of kids' adjustment after the storm. I did actually a study as well on the impact of post-traumatic stress on development, which documented that kids who were really stressed with hurricane exposure and its aftermath had an increased risk for developmental delays. But our main work in diabetes is focused on pediatric health disparities, as well as many factors that account for those disparities. And a number of studies that I did with my students, graduate students and postdocs over the years, has documented things like prescribed regimens, disparities in prescribed regimens for intensive control in diabetes. I also had the opportunity to have multi-site national studies funded by NIH that was among the first to demonstrate internet-delivered treatment, psychosocial treatment, and improve outcomes in kids with diabetes. Another couple of collaborations, again NIH funded, focused on the transition from late childhood to early adolescence. We were able to get renewal funding to follow these kids till late adolescence and even early adulthood. Another study was reducing risk factors for type 2 diabetes in Native American youth, which was a really high-risk group for development of type 2 diabetes. And I think the real measure of research is its impact in terms of advocacy for clinical service delivery, and many of these kinds of publications really do result in position statements, consensus reports, and ultimately guidelines for clinical care. So having had the opportunity to participate in those kinds of publications really does, I think, have the impact that we all would hope. Another opportunity for us was to look at an ancillary study of the Hispanic Community Health Study, which is a national multi-site NIH-funded study of 16,000 Hispanic adults. Dr. Schneiderman in psychology was the lead PI for that entire project, but we were able to get an ancillary study to focus on the children of those adults. And so that led to lots of studies to look at risk factors for cardiometabolic disease in young Hispanic children. One of my favorite colleagues and good friends is Lee Sanders, and you've heard Lee his name mentioned a little earlier today because he was instrumental in the Dyson projects that were seed funding for projects that ended up sustaining over time. And Lee was the original PI for Miami in a national NIH-funded study of obesity prevention in the first 2 years of life, where a low literacy behavioral intervention was delivered as part of well-child visits. And that study was published just a couple years ago in the results of that in pediatrics. And it did show that that intervention reduces the risks for obesity through the first 18 months of life in young children. We are continuing to evaluate the Greenlight study with new kind of interventions, innovative interventions, which involve individually tailored text messaging to parents to try to even enhance those effects in Greenlight. Obesity prevention, another innovative way to approach that has been the work by Dr. Ruby Natali and Sarah Messiah here at Mailman that really focused on the child care setting as an opportunity to change their environment and their policies to achieve obesity prevention. And their work is exemplified by the Healthy Caregivers, Healthy Children in a program that has been published, and I'd like to show you actually just a brief clip of what that program looks like. And another example of the way that research gets done at Mailman is to evaluate the outcomes of our clinical services programs. And here are just two of those, the Jumpstart program of Dr. Natalie's and the Step Up AT program that you heard Michelle Schledant talk about. Now, Drs. Natalie and Gent have a new NIH grant to look at the effects of a virtual mental health consultation in child care centers. And this was written during COVID, of course, but is going to continue post-COVID. And we can't wait to hear the results of that in the next couple of years. And the PCIT 305 research team is same thing. They're publishing papers on the effects of their programs. And it's great to see that Pocket PCIT is really getting disseminated. Telehealth has been conducted during COVID and has been proven to be effective. And now the PCIT team is really looking at community-based services with natural helpers. And you can see the members of the teams. I think everybody's here in the room actually today too. Here is one of graduates of our program who is a great example of continuing to collaborate with our faculty at Mailman. Maya Barnett.
Mailman ended up being one of the most influential opportunities I've had to launch an independent research career. When I was there, even though clinical internship is often focusing on building up your clinical skills, I was able to be part of a research project that partnered with Connect Familias in Little Havana to train natural helpers to support families in enrolling and engaging in PCAT. Was able to stay engaged with the Mailman team as we have evaluated this program over the years. Even more excitingly, I found that when I was on postdoc at the University of California, Los Angeles, studying implementation science, that I was able to use the data that I gathered at Mailman to write a early career award, a K award for NIMH, which I was awarded. And I had the wonderful opportunity to get to try to continue that work here in California, really trying to understand how natural helpers or other types of lay health workers can be an important workforce to address mental health disparities for children and families in marginalized communities. And I really see this as a cutting edge and important question that is being looked at from a policy level to a research level across the country right now.
Maya was a terrific intern in our psychology program, and she went off to UC Santa Barbara, where she's now an associate professor. And even when people leave, they got to keep their ties to Mailman. So she's still collaborating with Jason and the PCIT team. Speaking of more of our postdocs who can't seem to leave Mailman and love it here is Lizzie Pogarom working with Dr. Lisa Gwynn and the School Health Initiative, and they were able to secure NIH funding for the RADx program during COVID, and that has led to more peer-reviewed publications evaluating how schools manage COVID and particularly in underserved populations. And I also want to mention the work that continues here at the Miller School in collaboration with Mailman Center, the work of Yvette Sejas and Jen Koto, two former psychology interns actually of our program at Mailman, who are now conducting really successful and interesting work in the Department of Otolaryngology. So to summarize, in terms of innovation, I think we have made substantial scientific contributions over 5 decades and counting that encompass various aspects of understanding child development, particularly in high-risk children, as well as innovative interventions to promote their optimal development. This has resulted in literally thousands of peer-reviewed publications, chapters, and books. I can only begin to highlight just a few, and also many millions of dollars of research funding that has supported this effort. In terms of connection, it's clear that there's been so much collaboration, and that's really one of the key words I think that epitomizes our work at Mailman and what the culture of Mailman is. Collaborating with other researchers at the university, as well as nationwide through our efforts at multi-site studies to conduct cutting-edge, high-impact science. And impact research findings that lead to scientific association position statements, that lead to guidelines for clinical care, clinical practice, as well as for policy changes to sustain new evidence-based clinical programs. That's just a short kind of highlights. There's much more, and we look forward to continuing to conduct research here at Mailman. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Delamater. Amazing research highlights, just really seeing the numerous lines of research that have evolved over the history of the Mailman Center and the cutting-edge research that's being conducted today. Y'all have 8 minutes, not for a break, but 8 minutes for a bid on any of these items here or online. The auction closes at 4:30. Getting us ready for our community engagement storytelling as we have 2 brief videos from some long-standing community partners.
Congratulations, Mailman Center, on your 50th anniversary. It's been a pleasure to work with your teams on various projects throughout my tenure at the Children's Trust. going back close to 15 years with the early discovery program. I can't begin to describe how much the center and this program has impacted the children in Miami-Dade County who otherwise wouldn't have access to early intervention services, which we know are important to set children up for long-term success. And then more recently with our Jumpstart program, I'm so proud to work with Dr. Natalia and her team on building an idea from an idea into a full-scale implementation that I know is getting national attention and really supporting children with challenging behaviors in our community. Super appreciative of the center for always pivoting during uncertain times and always staying on top to ensure that children and families have the best in our community. So thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations, University of Miami Mailman Center, for 50 years. I'm excited for you and to see what the next 50 years will hold. We are true partners in our collaboration around parenting programs. We love what you do and how you support families in programs such as PCIT and our Healthy Steps program. You truly partner with the community. You bring these services to the community and you support families by equipping them with the skills and the knowledge to work with their families and support all their needs around parenting. Again, congratulations, and we look forward to continued support with our community. Thank you.
So we are so excited to bring up these next set of storytellers. You're going to be hearing about some of the highlights of our community engagement efforts, whether it's through clinical services, community partnerships, consultation relationships, or professional supports. We know that while the Mailman Center serves over 15,000 children annually, there's over 500,000 children in Miami-Dade County alone. So we know that community partnerships and community work is so vital to increase access and engagement into services. The work of the next set of speakers is just, they're really amazing people, but they're also some of the hardest working individuals I know because community work is really hard. And their commitment to community engagement is truly inspiring to me and has been influential in my own career. So in this presentation, we will have Dr. Emily Banstra, who's a professor of clinical pediatrics in the Division of Neonatology. She's also the director of the University of Miami Perinatal Care Program. We have Dr. Alana Mansour, who's an assistant professor of clinical pediatrics. She's putting on different hats for this presentation as the project director of Families First and co-director of Team Coach. We have Dr. Ruby Natali, who is professor of clinical pediatrics. She's the lead of community wellness and interprofessional collaborative, and I get to work with her on several projects, and she's just a joy to work with. We have Betty Alonzo, who's the president and CEO of Connect Familias. Most of the things that I know about community engagement is from my time with her, and I'm just so glad that she's here to share. We have Dr. Nelly Garcia, who could never leave the Mailman Center. You know, like all those people have longevity, she is one of those people that just needs to stay here. She is just amazing to work with. She's an associate professor of clinical pediatrics. She's our director of innovation and community engagement, and also the director of Team Coach. And then we also have Joanne Palenzuela, who's a manager of social services. I get to hang out with her on our Jumpstart Plus program, and she is also just a joy to partner with. All right, with that, we'll have Dr. Banstra.
Thank you, and good afternoon. This has been a wonderful occasion to honor the Mailman Center, which has truly been a beacon of hope for our community for many years. Let's go back to the setting in Miami, Florida, the nation's epicenter of the cocaine epidemic in the 1980s and 90s. A glut of powder cocaine, easily converted to cheap, smokable crack cocaine, was being shipped from Colombia through the Bahamas to Miami, where it was heavily trafficked, especially in our inner city neighborhoods. Soon the epidemic affected our most vulnerable mothers and babies at Jackson Memorial Hospital, where we had not only had record numbers of births topping out at 16,000 a year, but we also had record numbers of cocaine-exposed babies. Unfortunately, the media and lay public had little sympathy for moms addicted to cocaine who were delivering so-called crack babies, perceived to be without hope for a normal life. Yes, cocaine and crack are dangerous drugs that can cause cardiovascular complications and deaths in adults and even in pregnant mothers and their offspring. Early reports of placental hemorrhage, fetal death, fetal growth retardation, congenital anomalies, and abnormal infant behavior were emerging. At JMH, preliminary screening showed that nearly 12% of our inborn babies were cocaine exposed. Among African Americans, the figure was nearly 1 in 5. Our nurseries were overwhelmed with boarder babies awaiting disposition to safer homes. In that era of compelling need, I shifted my research focus from studying intraventricular brain hemorrhages in premature infants in the NICU to the acute and long-term effects of an in utero cocaine exposure on infant neurodevelopment, and perhaps beyond. I called my new mindset thinking outside of the isolate. With funding from the National Institute on Drug Abuse, we launched the Miami Prenatal Cocaine Study known as Baby Steps. We comprehensively assessed a large cohort, one of the largest single-site cohorts in the nation, of prenatally cocaine-exposed and non-cocaine-exposed inner-city African-American infants from birth to young adulthood and found relatively subtle but important differences in neurobehavior, mother-child interactions, early language, and emerging executive functioning in the cocaine-exposed versus control groups. Essential to our research was mentorship by senior faculty, Dr. Gwen Scott and Dr. Mary Jo O'Sullivan in the HIV/AIDS research that was being done in our community with this intersecting epidemic of drugs and HIV/AIDS. And the late Dr. Charles Bauer, the director of Early Steps. All three of them were direct mentors for me and even introduced me to the community and the setting in which we would be doing our research. Critical to our success was also our dedicated interdisciplinary team of faculty, research and service personnel, and students and trainees affiliated with the Mailman Center and with the Bachelor Research Institute. Collaborations with community partners such as the Florida Department of Health, Children and Families, Education, Transportation, drug treatment programs, and the Model Drug Court for Families also blossomed and informed our work. Our collaboratives with them provided the impetus for innovative and sustainable community-based prevention intervention projects, including our Healthy Start program, the Families First Network, and the Jasmine Project, among others. For decades, we've been fortunate to serve thousands of at-risk children and families through multiple streams of federal, NIH, NIDA, ORWH, SAMHSA, HRSA grants, state grants from Healthy Start and the Florida Department of Transportation, and local grants from the Bachelor Foundation and from the Health Foundation of South Florida. We're very grateful for the Mailman Center and the Bachelor Research Institute for all of the support that we've received, including the beautiful facilities that we work in. They are the beacons of light in our community. So now let us turn to Dr. Alana Mansour, who will highlight our Families First network, followed by Dr. Connie Morrow, who will present the Jasmine Project as examples of some of the ways that our Miami prenatal cocaine study left a legacy in our community, not only for substance-exposed babies, but for babies at risk due to mental health issues and other environmental issues in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banstra, for all of your contributions to the field and for being an amazing mentor. So taking what we learned from the Miami prenatal cocaine study, in 2004, we wanted to further increase access to much needed services in the community. So we collaborated with approximately 10 community partners and other experts across several disciplines, and we applied for funding for the Families First program. We were fortunate to be one of the first parenting programs funded by the Children's Trust. And since that time, we have nearly doubled in size and now have over 25 community partners, including the United Way Center for Excellence, Trinity Church, City of Doral Parks, Miami-Dade Public Libraries, the Debbie Institute, KLA Schools, and the YWCA, just to mention a few. Our partners work very closely with us to provide evidence-based parenting services to at-risk families of children birth to 3 residing in Miami-Dade County. We offer 2 free parenting groups in English and Spanish throughout the day and in the evenings. Baby and Me is for caregivers and their infants birth to 6 months, and our Incredible Years toddler curriculum is for parents of children 1 to 3. I'm proud to say that Families First has been recognized nationally for its incredible work supporting families. Our program would not be so successful without our funding agency, the Children's Trust, our amazing staff, and our incredible community partners who host our groups, help us recruit families, and provide us with ongoing feedback to ensure that our services are of the highest quality and meet the needs of the families in the community. Now I would like to share a video with you about another one of our incredible programs that brings much needed services into our community, the Jasmine Project.
The Jasmine Project is a national Healthy Start home visiting program funded since 2010 by the Health Resources and Service Administration. In Miami-Dade, unfortunately, Black babies currently die at a rate nearly 4 times greater than white babies. The Jasmine Project is focused on reducing these disparities in infant deaths and preterm births, as well as improving maternal health. The project enrolls Black pregnant women in 4 zip codes in North Miami-Dade with the highest infant mortality rates. Home visitation and care coordination services are provided throughout pregnancy, through the birth, and until the baby is 18 months old. Our services are infused within the community and tailored to meet the individual needs of each family. Our Jasmine Project team provides services in the family's home and on-site at our community-based office located in Trinity Church, which is in the heart of our project area neighborhood. The Jasmine Project is also a key community stakeholder in the fight to improve maternal-child health in Miami-Dade and leads a community action network of more than 25 partners to address the collective impact goal of reducing infant deaths for our most vulnerable mothers and babies. The Jasmine Project is 100% focused on ensuring that every baby celebrates their first birthday.
Similar to the progression of the Families First and the Jasmine Project, the Early Discovery Program has also evolved over many, many years with a focus on bringing services into the community. But specifically, this program is designed for children with disabilities. Here's a brief video showing the progression and impacts of our program from my mentors, Dr. Gold and Sheena Benjamin.
In 1989, when I first started here at the Mailman Center, I was appalled to find out that 3- and 4-year-old children were being bused to the Mailman Center to receive evaluation and intervention services. I wanted to change that and bring those services out into the community. We started doing screening, evaluations, and interventions very successfully. Right. Head Start was so ahead of its time. And they were mandated by the federal government to include 10% of their children with special needs. And then I thought, what about subsidized child care centers? So we wrote this project.
The Preschool Inclusion Project gave us an opportunity to go and enroll child care center directors and teachers who were apprehensive about having children with special needs in their classrooms. And so when we addressed them, they became engaged. They had the children in the classrooms with them. And then after the large group settings, we would go into the classrooms with our individual team members and provide these services. Then the parents got involved too. So the parents got education from this program. And then it moved from the Preschool Inclusion Project to the Enterprise Zone Preschool Inclusion Project because we wanted to focus on those areas that was most vulnerable. And we got to go to all over of Miami just to make sure we reached as many children as we could.
So we started working with community partners.
We developed the Early Discovery Program, which came out of a partnership with a lot of community providers, the Young Children with Special Needs and Disability Council. And they came together and realized there were these kids that were falling through the gap by just a small cutoff of 1%. And the amazing thing was 90% of the children that receive our services do not need special education. We follow these families after they're done with us and realize, the parents tell us, they're no longer in special ed. Your program has been just amazing for them. And we have tons of letters that talk about really the quality of the services that we provided and the need that we filled in the community.
That's so amazing because not only does it save children and parents, it saves so much money.
That's right.
And the program just continues to grow. We serve about 507 families plus more. We don't close our wait list. As long as we have funding and as long as we have space available, we will serve them. And we provide behavior, occupational, developmental, and speech intervention, either in the home, in the child care center, really whatever's convenient for the family, we try to accommodate and meet that need. And we do a pre and post-test evaluation so we can monitor progress and see the improvement that we made, but also see where they fall by the end of the program.
At the beginning of the program, my daughter was below average in her gross motor skills and her receptive and expressive language. But after the 12 sessions, she was able to jump with 2 feet. She was able to climb upstairs alternating feet. She was engaging more in different activities for longer periods of time. She can recognize colors in both Spanish and English. But most importantly, she can communicate better now, and that was something that for us was really important. We are very thankful with this program, especially with her therapies. She gave us all the resources and the tools that we needed in order to help her at home.
The vision that went from so many years, how children with special needs can be a part of the community, participate fully, it's an amazing thing to see.
And it started off small. You remember,
Yeah.
there was only 60 children in the pilot project, and now we serve 500-600 children a year.
We've touched many lives.
Yeah, tens of thousands. And I also wanted to point out that the expansion of our services really would not have been possible without our community partners. They are the ones in the field that really enables us to serve thousands of children each year. And so thank you to them and the years of partnership. And so now I'd like to turn it over to Betty, one of our amazing community partners.
I'm not going to go on the podium because I'm going to be different for a minute. We need to change it up a little here. So you can start it. So first of all, I want to say thank you for inviting us and thank you for the partnership and the journey that we've been on for many years. Watching the videos and watching the history of Mailman Center, I realized that I actually started touching Mailman Center a long time ago in my previous life when I was in philanthropy, and I got the pleasure to work with some of these projects that are being highlighted. And fast forward, it was a few years back, more than I like to count, that we were at a Children's Trust meeting and Dr. Lambert and Walter was there, and he introduced me to Jason. And he said, you need to listen to the work that Jason is doing with the PCIT. I was a little skeptical, I'm gonna be honest with you. They sold it a little hard, and I was like, there can't be this good. It was better. The only challenge that we were facing was that it was here at Mailman Center, and the families weren't making it here. We had an access problem, and we also had a challenge that because it was competency-based, it may take longer than some families were willing to stick it out through. So Jason and I got together, and like with everything that happens, there is no funding, there's just good minds and good hearts. And we started to plan this journey. We didn't know what it was. We said, let's cross-train each other. Let's cross-train our teams. We didn't know what it would turn out to be. We didn't have any idea. Well, we kind of did, but we were hoping, right? But we started to think about the journey on how do we cross-train each other. Ruby, if you'll go, that video, oh no, sorry. And we took an approach that really started to innovate us. And we got into a journey, a participatory journey, a community engagement journey, a journey that continues to this day. So I'm not going to say history was written because we're still co-creating, co-innovating, and co-designing. And we're really excited about the work that we've been able to produce, the results. But it's not about me. It's not about Jason. It's not about Mailman Center. It's really about the families that we're touching. And so don't listen to me. Don't believe me. We're still working with Maya. All of that is true. But this families, they're the benefits. And I can't say enough. And our teams are so integrated. I have two of my key staff here today, Jeanette and Juliet, who have been integral in making this happen as well. So I want to say thank you to them. Thank you to the Mailman Center. We don't know, and the team, we don't know where we begin or where we end. And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Antes de estar en el programa de PCIT, era muy complicado la conducta de ASBI, era una conducta muy irreverente, tanto con todos en la familia, con el hermano, con nosotros. El servicio del PCIT se destaca porque está dentro de la comunidad donde yo vivo, que es en la pequeña Habana. Era muy fácil para mí trasladarme tanto caminando y que la promotora también nos visitara en casa. Era súper cómodo también porque es en el idioma español, el idioma que nosotros manejamos. Nos ayudó a tener estrategias para manejar la conducta de ASBI, también estrategias no solamente con ASBI, sino con el hermano y con toda la familia. La comunicación mejoró bastante para todos. ASBI ha mejorado muchísimo en la conducta, es un niño que se destaca académicamente bien. La familia está totalmente bien, el hermano, todo ha mejorado en la familia. De verdad que ha sido maravilloso y muy positivo. Siempre recomiendo este programa.
Thank you, Betty. It has been amazing to see the work that's been done at the Mailman Center to increase access to services by bringing them to the community, with programs like PCIT and so many others mentioned here today. And while this work has impacted the lives of so many children and families in our community, we also recognize that our reach is limited through individual programs, which is why in 2018, when the Children's Trust released a funding announcement seeking to fund professional development support for the 40-plus parenting programs funded by the Children's Trust, who together serve over 10,000 families each year, we were thrilled about the opportunity to extend our reach and our impact. So we applied. And in 2019, we heard the wonderful news that Team Coach was funded. We've spent the last 4 years working collaboratively with the Children's Trust and our community partners to develop a successful and sustainable model of professional development support that really leverages community provider expertise to develop supports that align with community needs and values. I'm incredibly proud of the work that Team Coach has done, and I also recognize that it could not be possible without our community partners, without our amazing team, and of course, our funder. So thank you. And I want to end by turning your attention to the screen to hear directly from one of our community partners and from the Associate Director of Programs at the Children's Trust.
Almost 3 years ago, we started attending the Peer Learning meetings with Team Coach, which were really, really amazing. It was a great way to connect with other providers and share our struggles with serving families during the pandemic. We were all able to make connections and network while also supporting one another. We would refer to these meetings as our monthly support groups. Shortly after, we started working with Team Coach one-on-one with Nellie and Amanda. What started off as just needing help with enhancing our flyers turned into a total program tune-up. New goals were born each meeting, and before we knew it, the quality of our program reached new levels.
These meetings have been so productive. But what we love the most is the genuine desire they have to help, the expertise they display at each session, and just simply how down-to-earth and caring they truly are. A few months ago, Team Coach asked us to join them in developing training content that the other parenting providers will be able to benefit from. We are so excited to continue this journey with this amazing team.
Thank you so much, Team Coach.
Congratulations, Mailman Center. For the past 5 years, the Children's Trust has been working with Team Coach as a Trust Academy partner to greater the benefits of what we are bringing to our children and families. Team Coach uses training and coaching, online courses, and communities of practice to work with our providers who offer parenting services in groups and in-home visits. We are so appreciative of the team of Jason Gent, Nellie Garcia, Drew Rothenberg, Natalie Espinosa, Alana Monsmore, Amanda, Juliana, Abigail, the whole team, for not just making sure that our providers are great at their evidence-based programming and curriculum, but really are making the families work together stronger with their children and making our community better. Thank you for bringing your expertise, Mailman Center, and congratulations on 50 years.
It's my pleasure to turn it over to Dr. Natali to talk about the Jumpstart program.
Thank you. So as our beautiful city continues to grow and we welcome some of our youngest members, we have a program designed specifically to help young children, especially those with challenging behaviors, succeed in early education. We accomplish this by supporting child care centers through a program called Jumpstart. While Jumpstart is now a well-known county-wide program, what you may not know is it started as a small pilot Dyson grant, serving only 3 child care centers per year. Now we serve over 100 child care centers and thousands of children each year. I invited Joanne Palenzuela, who is a lead program coordinator on Jumpstart, to be here with us today to discuss the progression of our work. Joanne has been with us since the very beginning as a trainee on the Dyson grant and has worked with us on all of the various phases of our expansion. So take it away, Joanne.
Thank you, Dr. Natali. Thank you for also welcoming me as a trainee and being my supervisor, now my director. Jumpstart started in 2007 and went from 2007 to 2018. In 2007, the services were provided to teacher consultations and direct services to children in preschool settings with a focus on social emotional development. At the time, we could only provide direct services for 3 to 5 children per program. We were able to service 12 programs with 4 mental health consultants. Fast forward to 2018, we recognized the need to serve a greater number of children, so we adopted the Georgetown consultation model to build and increase capacity within the preschool programs. The need is due to the growing number of children currently being expelled in the preschool programs. We expanded our capacity from originally serving 3 to 100 programs each year in providing social and emotional support. 100 child care programs are currently being serviced thanks to the Children's Trust and supporting partners. We're currently working with a program called Happy Feet Learning Academy as part of a research grant from the NIH, and we would like to share their testimonial.
I am here to thank the Jumpstart Plus program from University of Miami, who have helped Happy Feet Learning Academy to be more organized and who have helped us set up all of our coastal area and dealing with social-emotional development in children. Our teacher has learned new strategy by using this program, the Jumpstart Plus program, to teach children to regulate their social-emotional behavior. Other programs in the county provide the same services as the Jumpstart Plus program, but with a fee. In the meantime, the Jumpstart Plus program does not charge any fee, and they have done a great job.
Due to the pandemic in 2020, our model continued to evolve to include COVID, robots, and iPads, and other technological services to extend our reach throughout the community. As we continue to advance with technology, I will turn it over to Dr. Natali to share our most recent innovation, connection, and impact, which is the mission of the Mailman Center.
Thank you, Joanne. As Joanne mentioned, we are always looking for new ways to innovate and connect with our community. And so when COVID hit, we realized the need to support childcare centers and just help them stay open amidst everything that was happening. So we worked with our community to co-create a series of cartoon videos, one is playing in the background, to help parents, teachers, and childcare centers follow CDC guidelines. Our community partners were also instrumental in ensuring appropriate translations into Spanish and Creole. Now, the neat thing is, these videos were shared beyond our wildest reach and, in fact, went viral. Not like Taylor Swift viral, but viral in my mind. They were shared with thousands of people, so we're pretty proud of that. Our latest and greatest effort to expand our work is by developing a mobile app to reach even more childcare centers. And to do this, we are once again partnering with our community partners, Overtown Children Youth Coalition, St. Law, Connect Familias, to continue to co-create material so that together we can make the biggest impact on the teachers and the families that we serve. Now I'd like to show a video of one of our therapists, Nahimi Tien, sharing some of his personal impacts and connections that he has made within the community.
One of my personal experiences and why I love the Jumpstart program so much is that with reducing the risk of expulsion and suspension, it reminds me of myself as a child. As a child, I was a child who was in different schools and different daycare centers being labeled as the problem child or being labeled as a child who was considered misunderstood. But in actuality, it was more so that I feel like the teachers weren't equipped or weren't able to receive that proper coaching that as a Jumpstart consultant that we provide for those teachers. So now that I have the ability to give back and being able to invest and provide those teachers to be able to empower and help out those children who are more like myself. One experience that I have right now is of a child who was recently kicked out of a program. And one of the programs that he was sort of entered in was one of my programs. And I got to work with his parents, connecting them with a therapist, connecting them with different resources to be able to get that child to be considered more understood and also provide that child with a more happier sense of himself and remove any label that he once had for himself.
And Nahimi's here today. Thank you, Nahimi, for coming and sharing.
Thank you. None of this would have been possible without the support of our team members, dedication, community partners, and our community partners.
We'd also like to acknowledge our generous funders, the Dyson Foundation, the Batchelor Foundation, NIH, and of course the Children's Trust, who have funded various aspects of this grant for over 19 years. And I'd like to end with a video from the Trust talking about the impacts the Mailman Center has made from their perspective.
Congratulations to the Mailman Center for 50 years of excellence. The Trust has been a proud partner with the Mailman Center for quite some time. To see your impact in the community is unparalleled. To the team, your dedication, your commitment, your passion, and your love has made a lasting impact in this community. The 50 years has been great, and we're here to celebrate, but we are really also looking forward to the next 50 years and what we can do collectively to move this community. Again, thank you and congratulations.
So much to celebrate in under 1 minute. First, I'm proud to be a Mailman alum. It's a model for interdisciplinary care with expert practitioners top in field. High quality services that make a difference for children. Some of the Children's Trust has supported over the past 20 years, early discoveries, early intervention services, summer camps for children with special needs, healthy steps in pediatric care settings, Jumpstart's early childhood mental health consultation, parent club, families first, parent-child interaction therapy, teacher-child interaction therapy, and even virtual reality. Mailman's core integration of a training imperative makes it stand out from other service providers. Professional training like the psychology internship that brought me to Miami years ago, the Emerging Transformational Leadership Program, faculty and staff that have a passion and commitment to doing the work well and helping others do the same. We're glad to have them as partners in our Trust Academy Learning Collective, including our foundational social and emotional wellness strategies. For all this and more, happy 50th anniversary. We look forward to many more years of collaboration.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gent.
That was an amazing presentation, just showing all the different ways that we partner with the community. I have some very important news. We have some winners of some art here. So, Angela, if you say Kim Armstrong, John Howell, and Rose Carney, you are winners. So that also means you have to pay for said art. So they're wrapping it up for you now. And so just see them at the desk when you walk out, and they'll have your art ready for you. Much of the work that you've heard us say over and over and over again cannot be done without the support of strong community and funding partners. So we just have a very short video, just kind of highlighting some of the people that have provided that support to us over the years. Unless it's not playing. There we go. We did, but it's okay. All right. Well, we will move on to the final presentation. That video was so quick that you couldn't even see it. You've heard about what we've been doing in the past. You've heard about all of the work that we're doing in clinical services, training, research, and community engagement. But what we need to know now is kind of where we're headed next. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Armstrong, and he'll say where we're going next.
Thank you, Jason. We're not clicking today. I wonder if we're losing our... Last PowerPoint. There we go. Okay. Well, I do want to say something. I'll fill that gap while we get the PowerPoint up. Over the years, we've had significant support from, of course, as you heard, the Mailman Foundation, the Joseph P. Kennedy Foundation, the Batchelor Foundation, and more than 1,700 individual donors who have supported the growth and the progress of the Mailman Center. And we like to talk sometimes about return on investment. I think what you've heard today when we talk with our donors, we have been able to show a return on investment, not in terms of dollars. We certainly have increased our dollars, but really in terms of the impact that we've been able to have. And so we could not do the things we're doing without the support and the generosity of so many people, many who are in the room today, and who have helped us with this. Okay, now we're getting... All right, let's see. Will it go? All right. There we go. I won't spend a lot of time. We'll wait for this to get up in just a second. I will start off by talking a little bit about Eunice Kennedy Shriver. I started the conversation earlier today about the role that she played in helping to get the university-affiliated facilities started. But what I also wanted to talk about was a day in 2008. Dr. Howell mentioned this earlier in his talk. I got a call. I was invited to go to Bethesda for an event. And the event was in one of the theaters on the NIH campus. And it was attended by Dr. Zerhouni, who was at that point the director of the NIH. Orrin Hatch was there, Ted Kennedy was there, even Arnold and Arnold Schwarzenegger was there, along with a group of about 300 or 400 people who were invited to attend. The reason for the event was to name the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development after Eunice Kennedy Shriver. The really exciting piece that came out of that was it was phenomenally beneficial and a great experience for me. But when I got back to Miami, Carmel met me as I came into the office and said, "Mrs. Shriver's office called. She wants to come visit on Monday." And on Monday afternoon, we were blessed to have Mrs. Shriver and Sergeant Shriver come to join us for a really great afternoon. Mrs. Shriver was, I think, about 87 years old at that point. She had talked with me before about the early role that she had played and the Kennedy family had played in the founding of the Mailman Center. So I've kind of expected we get a chance to reminisce a bit. We're still not getting the screen up. We're working on it. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. But I thought we would reminisce for a few minutes and then we'd go. Now, I have to say, you know how sometimes you hear people talk about meeting celebrities and not wanting to wash their hands? I've not cleaned the seats of the chairs in my office because sitting in those two chairs was Mrs. Shriver, who had been the driving force behind the creation of the NICHD, the driving force behind the first 94 Public Law 94-142, the first special education law, public special education law. She'd been the person who had designed the university-affiliated facilities with Dr. Cook. Just for the talking slides, so you have something. Okay, yeah, I've got that. And she had been also the creator of Special Olympics. That in itself is really impressive. But sitting next to her was her husband, Sergeant Shriver, who was Herbert Humphrey's vice presidential running mate in the 1968 presidential election, and oh, by the way, the designer of the Peace Corps. If you ever had the opportunity to sit in the face of greatness, that was it. And so we were so fortunate to be able to, we got slides. Let's see if we work here. We were so fortunate to be able to talk with Mrs. Shriver. She talked for about 15 minutes, and then she leaned over, and you heard from her son earlier the question that she asked, "What's next?" Mrs. Shriver spent the next 3 hours with me talking about what's next. And let's hope we get this one up here in a minute, because I do have a video to show. But it's a beautiful picture. As we talked about what's next, that led us to a number of very exciting things that happened. One, I had a reporter from the Miami Herald who called me and said, can I swing by? You've been at this for about 40 years. I'd like to do a story in the Miami Herald. We got a color photo headline above the fold front page. Now, if you know anything about newspapers, which nobody has anymore because it's all on our iPads, but if you knew that was a pretty good deal to be able to get that level of coverage. And the headline was "Changing the Future." It's hanging in my office if you ever want to stop by and see that print. But that started us off on this process of what Mrs. Shriver had to say about what's next. As we moved through, Michelle Schlaudant had attended the leadership conference, and we were all talking about a strategic planning retreat. And so we put that together here at the over in the Life Sciences Park at the time, and we pulled together about 45, 50 people from all over the community, the medical school, other parts of the university, and we spent the next 3 days really going through a process of sorting through what do we want to look like, what were those priorities, do we need to do a redesign of how the world was working. And we were actually able to be very successful, and what came out of that was revolutionary. Now, I have to say that what came out of it was a little disturbing to some of us because it was a significant structural shift from operating as a center with a lot of disciplines to operating as a center with interprofessional collaboratives, where people came together regardless of their discipline, but aligned with their interests around promoting behavioral health, around community wellness, lifespan, neurodevelopmental intervention research, neurodevelopmental basic science research. And it created an entirely new model around these core functions that we've talked about today. It was a struggle. I have to say, I sent our model to some colleagues at some of the other University Centers on Excellence of Developmental Disabilities around the country and the LEND programs. And one of my colleagues in Minnesota sent me a note back that, actually in Wisconsin, sent me a note back that he had shared the slides and what we had done out of our strategic planning process, and they had only had to call the ambulance 3 times for the heart attacks of their staff when they saw what we were doing. But out of that whole process came an incredible opportunity for us to think about a future that was really quite different. What we came up with was the vision statement that you've heard so many times today: improving lives through innovation, impact, and connection. And that, Jason talked earlier about that piece being something that was very important for us. It's still not moving. Okay. That was very important for us because we now use those terms to think about everything we do and making sure that when we invest in a project, we are doing something innovative, that we are doing something that's going to have impact, and we're doing it with someone else. As we've moved forward with this whole process, we created a model. This is the model that we had of these interprofessional collaboratives with a great deal of impact from our Mailman Advisory Council that really helps to guide us. And we built it on the infrastructure of our large programs that you've heard so much about today. As we moved forward with that, the other piece was that we were no longer a Mailman Center in a building on this campus. And as we have moved forward, this cartoon shows something that is, I think, really extraordinary, that talks about the matrix nature of our center. All of those little bubbles are departments, colleges, schools, centers, and institutes across the University of Miami where we have a project, a member, a collaboration going on. It's a pretty nice piece. Some of the things that we've heard about today, our PATH clinic, a clinic for adults, older adolescents and adults with developmental disabilities, is a collaboration with the Department of Medicine. We are working on a full integration with the Department of Otolaryngology and the Children's Hearing Program and the program that Dr. Pfeiffer has developed so well over the years for an integrated hearing program. And we are just in the process of starting to work on a training program for all staff and faculty of the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute on how to work with individuals who need eye care who have autism or some kind of related disability. So we're going to be working on these kinds of big things. Of course, we work with CARD, with Sylvester, and other programs all across the institution. It really made a difference in terms of our outreach. You've heard partners. That's part of the list. I stopped putting all the names of all the partners, affiliates, and things that we've been doing. Of course, our close relationships over the last several years with Overtown Children and Youth Coalition, with Connect Familias, with St. La, a long history with United Way, of course, the major work with the Children's Trust, Miami-Dade County Public Schools, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, and the list just goes on and on and on, because that's where we connect. One of our most significant components of the last year or two has been the negotiation and then an 8-figure gift to the Miller School of Medicine, Mailman Center, Department of Orthopedics, Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, and the Holtz Children's Hospital to affiliate with the Shriners Children's Hospital to create 2 endowed chairs, a new clinic for pediatric orthopedics with rehabilitation and support for our AT program to really be able to address the needs of children with physical health needs and mobility needs. Those have been really significant kinds of impact. What we've done, Mr. O, you'll be really happy to see this. In today's dollars, the amount of money that the Mailman Center had when it began in 1971 was about $21 million, about $10 million. Today, we just reported to the federal government $42 million in leverage funding for the center for this year. I think we can keep the doors open. Ed, I think we can keep the doors open. One of the things that's important as we look to what's next is how we think about change. There's a 2-loop theory of change that I've heard. It basically talks about established systems that really go up and hit a peak, and then they start to fade out, and then something comes in behind them with experimentation. Disruption is the key, and then ultimately that new emerging system replaces the old one. We have a different idea, and that is, why wait for something to be disruptive and damaging? If we can go to the next slide. Why don't we go to, there we go. Why don't we go to a plan that is expanded? And think about if that 2-loop system of change means that one has to die out, then why wait until it dies out? We're at the top of our game, and we are right now starting to think about, let's create a new emerging system that builds on the strength of what we have without being disruptive and takes us to an entirely new level. And then in that area where we've typically had the drop-off, let's share what we've done broadly with our community, with folks all over the country, so that they can benefit from what we've done while we spend our time developing what's next. That's what we're really all about at the Mailman Center. So we were going through a strategic planning too that we had this spring, and we've developed 3 primary priorities, and these are rough because we're still panning them out, but we want to develop and implement training in health equity, disability, and evaluate those outcomes. Health equity and social justice are crucial to where we are as a world for people with disabilities, and the intersection of people with disabilities with other kinds of factors. And so being able to make that a priority in what we do is crucial. We need to really make that next step to where we are doing community-based participatory work in all areas, not just our research, but our training, our service, and across the board. And we want to innovate and evaluate the use of technology to increase access to effective services. We talked at the beginning that there were complaints about the fact that we had 2,000 people taken care of here at the Mailman Center. It wasn't enough. I said earlier 15,000 is not enough. We can't train enough people to meet the need. I had the chance in 1999 to work with Dr. David Satcher as the Surgeon General of the U.S. on the Surgeon General's report on child mental health. The ratio of children who met diagnostic criteria for a mental health disorder to the number of providers in any discipline, the ratio was 900 to 1. Out of COVID, we think that's more like 1,750 to 1. We don't have enough providers. We can't produce them fast enough. So our job is going to be able to figure out how can we provide access using new technology, using new approaches that help us to impact this on a large population level. I'm not going to go into these things. These are just some examples of some of the things that we're doing in each of these areas, but I do want to go to the last one on the technology, or actually on the equity and participation, and that is in our USAID grant last a year and a half ago, we put in a little idea that we wanted to develop a training program for people with disabilities and for investigators so that folks with lived experience and disability can be part of all aspects of a research team. Well, that has taken off, and it's We're going to be doing some of our little project here, but that was just approved a month and a half ago by the National Steering Committee from NCATS and the Clinical and Translational Science Awards program in a collaboration with the AUCD network, all of the LENS and USEDS and intellectual and developmental disabilities research centers of the country. And we are now doing a national project to develop that kind of toolkit for training researchers on how to include people with disabilities in all aspects of their work, and to train people with disabilities how to be full participants in that process. So this is really another very quick national uptick in where we are. We've also working on this issue of technology. You saw Jason with the cool VR glasses up here, but imagine for just a minute that we can take advantage, and we've already done some work in this area, but the future, we've talked to folks from Microsoft, and we will be talking with folks from gaming companies and with our computer science group and our biomedical engineering group, because the opportunity to think about AI, which scares us to death, the artificial intelligence, but to think about being able to apply artificial intelligence in such a way that an individual with a severe developmental disability who has to use a typing pad to generate very slowly language. So when you're sitting in the room and you ask them a question, there's a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minute while they type, and then there is a very monotone computer-generated response. Imagine being able to use artificial intelligence so that that individual can develop their own voice, their own inflection, their own emotion, and can fully participate in real time using that type of technology. We're looking at those kinds of amazing opportunities, and we want to be part of that kind of vision going into the future, because that's where we will make a difference. I've got some other strategies up here, personalized approaches to developmental disabilities. We'll be working closely, I know here, with our rare disease group. Mustafa Tikan is here, who runs the rare disease registry. Our new director of neonatology is going to be looking at targeted sequencing to identify children in the newborn area and the NICU who have rare diseases, where we can begin to understand the natural history, intervene early, and develop personalized approaches to altering those kinds of trajectories. There is so much excitement for us as we go into the future that it is almost unbelievable. Now, I'd like to, if we can go back and let me play the first video, the one with Xavier Cortada, and then I'd like to finish up with just a couple of slides and some comments from our Dean and President.
I think the real disability is an inability to love one another. I think that's a real disability. And if we can begin to empathize and care and love one another more, I think that we're going to be in a better place. And through the art, I think we unlocked that ability to communicate those ideas. And here, across all the hallways of this center, those words and ideas resonate in full color.
I just wanted to have a chance for you to tell a little bit about the work you've done and the impact it's had in disabilities. Also to give you some credit for having started what is now one of our major annual programs, the Art Abilities Program.
First of all, thank you. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you for growing and building this incredible gem of an institution that just transforms our university and our community, but literally, our society, the way we think, feel, and especially love one another. I know that because it transformed me when I was creating these pieces. And I think in many ways it helped propel me in my work to engage communities in problem solving. And I think the reason art was a vehicle that I chose is that art is disarming. Art is this universal language. It brings everyone to the table. And I remember all the faculty and the advocates and the clients, the patients, the community that we worked with. They're really the ones who started Art Abilities. It's this really beautiful collaborative process that we all came together. As you walk down the halls, you see their expression And each of those little drawings that are created is another moment in our 50-year history that says that during that time, this one person loved, served, cared enough to be a part of the Mailman Center. And if we can inspire the rest of our community to understand that each of us have a little stroke to add with our paintbrush. We had a PhD, MD faculty member, a dear friend by the name of Jeff Brosco, who's really the inspiration behind this piece. You know, he's a historian. He came up with the idea, let's do a mural about the history of disabilities. And the wonderful thing is that he taught me, you know, about the history of disabilities and this path of growth with the building blocks of different legal cases, legislation, institutions, individuals who through time helped transform this. And I know that in many ways what the history of disabilities is a history of individuals who had enough self-love and dignity to change, you know, literally to change the society to be accepted and understood. And they did that. They transformed that. It's actually the most inspiring of stories if you think about it. And that's what this mural depicts. It depicts this transformational change, you know, from some very dark times for most of human history to what just happened in the last century. And what I have seen as I look at this mural, even when this mural was created, it was part of an exhibition that we created. And if I look back, this was back 2 decades ago, how much change and how much transformation has happened in our society since. How much better it's getting, thanks to the work you do and the work of this Mailman Center. How beautiful this incline is going up. Understanding there's so much more that still needs to be done.
It's the hope, and I do kind of think we talk about it as a history of disability, but it's an inspiration for the future. One of the other ones that is very important for us is the inclusion one.
So the exhibit and art project we created with Debbie School, it's talking about the importance of having inclusive nature. It really shows her the voices. This was done with little children. There's a lot of handprints and notes and messages about the services provided and the need for more. I think that we as a society understand the value about having a diverse world, a more textured, rich tapestry of human experiences. And all of these projects were also in part sponsored by the Cultural Affairs Council through their community grants. It's always been interdisciplinary, and it's always been about leveraging and working across communities. By demonstrating the good we did here, we were transforming the governmental institutions so that they would create entire programs to have other institutions across Miami-Dade County. And that's the beautiful ripple effect of the knowledge you develop here and the work you do here, that it transforms the society. And I think that's the gift of these 50 years, right, at the Mailman Center.
The other thing that's what's next, the people on this slide. You've seen them today present the work that they're doing. Our next big step is to develop and support and mentor the future leaders of the Mailman Center. You heard Mr. Ronarati has been here. He was the first 25 years of this. Dr. Howell knew Joe Mailman. I've been around a long time. We won't be here forever. And for us to be able to move forward with a model of leadership, and it's not one leader, it's a team of leaders who have shared leadership who helped us make forward. And I shot this screen yesterday as we were talking about, you know, today and getting ready, and it doesn't capture all of our leaders. But a number of years ago, I had a very serious condition. I was lying in the hospital bed getting ready to go into surgery. Of course, I thought about my family. Then I thought about the Mailman Center, and I thought, you know, I don't have to worry. If something happens to me, we're okay. And we're going to be better and better as we go along. So investing in the leaders of the future is going to be an essential component. If we can go to the next slide, please. I do want to point out some really important parts. This is what we're all about. And that's the people that we develop over the lifespan. Now, we've talked a lot about children, but I want to talk about two people who were our first quote-unquote patients here at the Mailman Center. Kent, who is going nuts up here holding up the U. And Michael. And where did Michael go? I don't know. He was here with Walker. He was there just a minute ago. He's out there painting for something. Oh, can we bring him back in, please? I do want to point out to these two people, Kent is a member of our Mailman Advisory Council. He has been that for as long as I can remember. He's part of the CARD program at the University of Miami down at the Coral Gables campus. Yes, you did, Kent. And so Kent is one of those people who's gone from... Yes.
What's his name? Forget the other sergeant's name.
Well, they appreciate you so much, Kent, and we do too. This is what our children grow up to do. And Michael, who will be around in just a minute, Michael, everyone who was here for a long time, Michael started off as one of the children and retired when he was 65 years old. And everybody who knows Michael has gotten an envelope that is as recognizable as anything you'll have. Dr. Howell and I were talking about it the other day, because that envelope has Michael's handwriting and a lot of stuff all around it saying, and he is best, we got to hire him for our advancement group. He is the most persistent person to come after you to give a check to the March of Dimes has there ever existed. He's also one of the most successful fundraisers in the history of Special Olympics. So we really are very excited about Michael. And he was going to make a statement here, and his mom was going to as well.
I got to tell you, there's a picture of me back on here in Dr. Scott's library.
Yes, that's right, Kent. There is. Kent has been in many, many pictures as we go through. Let's go to the dean's comments, and perhaps Melanie and Michael will be back in just a minute.
Let me apologize for the fact that I cannot join you in person to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Mailman Center. I had really wanted to be part of it, but unfortunately, due to some conflicts, we could not make it work. But nevertheless, I'm with you in spirit today. When I first came to the University of Miami as Dean of the Middle School of Medicine, I heard from Dr. Rodney Howell, former chairman of the Department of Pediatrics, that the Mailman Center for Child Development was one of the jewels of the School of Medicine, as well as of the university. But boy, how right he was. As we have heard today, the Mailman Center has been steeped in the rich tradition of national policy since the 1960s, starting as a concept designed to produce a workforce to help individuals with developmental disabilities move from institutions to community-based care, and evolving into an institutional, community, state, national, and in some cases, global force. The vision statement of the Mailman Center, as we have heard today multiple times, is to improve lives through innovation, impact, and connection. The visionary support of Abraham and Joseph Mailman and their families, the Joseph P. Kennedy Foundation, and many other donors, including local, state, and federal government, as well as foundation grants, have helped make the Mailman Center one of the premier centers in the United States. The trajectory of growth of the Mailman Center over the past 50 years has been truly remarkable. Starting as a program with less than $5 million of resources to carry out the mission associated with this distinctive building, the Mailman Center today leverages over $45 million annually to support the wide reach of its programs. This includes the training of approximately 100 graduate and postgraduate students in neurodevelopmental disabilities, with almost 60% being minority students underrepresented in medicine. It is notable that the Mailman Center trains nearly 25% of all Hispanic trainees in federally supported leadership education in neurodevelopmental disabilities programs for the entire United States. When the Mailman Center first opened, it was publicly criticized in the media for not providing services to enough children. But today, the Mailman Center provides services to approximately 15,000 children annually through its many contracts. But more importantly, it partners with agencies in our community to provide training and support to enable those agencies to provide needed care. The work of the Mailman Center faculty to expand access to evidence-based services and to use technology to expand access despite transportation challenges are examples of the innovations that have driven the success of the Mailman Center. The impact of the work of the Mailman Center has been far-reaching. In fact, the Dr. John T. McDonald Department of Medical Genetics at the Miller School of Medicine studied as a division of the Mailman Center. It is now ranked number 2 in the country among all genetics departments according to the NIH Blue Ridge rankings. That's remarkable. This past year, the Mailman Center's interprofessional perspective and commitment to addressing the needs of children with disabilities led to a partnership with the Shriners Children's Hospitals that will significantly expand pediatric orthopedic and rehabilitation care, as well as research at UHealth and the Jackson Health System. The work of the faculty of the Mailman Center supported the growth of language development in children with hearing loss and led to expansion of our cochlear implant program in collaboration with the Debbie School and our Children's Hearing Institute. The pioneering work of Dr. Tiffany Field related to touch revolutionized care of premature infants, and the seminal work of the Infant Health and Developmental Study and the Legacy for Children study had a huge impact on our understanding of early development of infants considered at high risk. The Mailman Center has adapted to emerging trends. Its faculty have been national leaders in long-term developmental effects of children treated for cancer, sickle cell anemia, HIV/AIDS, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, exposure to illegal substances, toxic treatments, repeated general anesthesia, and emotional and psychological trauma, just to name a few. Programs that evolved from the research led by the Mailman Center faculty have been replicated all over the world. Over this past 50 years, faculty from the Mailman Center have served on and have been leaders of federal committees related to policy, NIH multi-center studies, state agencies and councils, as well as local agencies and task forces focused on children with disabilities. They have been consultants to the Executive Office of the President, the National Academy of Medicine, as well as ministers of health and education of other countries. The impact of the Mailman Center has been wide and deep. Dr. Howell was correct. The Mailman Center for Child Development remains one of the jewels of the Miller School of Medicine, and its rich tradition of looking beyond its walls and current programs to see what can be done better continues today and is the cornerstone of its raison d'etre. I am grateful for the donors, faculty, staff, trainees, as well as community partners who have made the vision of improving lives through innovation, impact, and connection a living, breathing reality through the Mailman Center. Thank you for your attention.
So I'd like to introduce Melanie Jacobson and Michael Coleman for some comments.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Michael was actually the Mailman's first student,
It was never anticipated that anybody older than about 5 would be attending the Mailman Center programs. But as you may have heard earlier, my mother was involved in helping the opening celebration for Mailman Center, and she had an opportunity to speak with the various people that were in administration at that time. And Dr. Joseph Grassi was very important in a prototype of computer that helped with basic skills. Michael had actually come home from a very lovely private school in New York and dedicated to children with developmental disabilities. But now he was 18 and what to do. And Dr. Grassi thought that Michael could benefit from the machines that he was working on. And so Michael, mother, my father, our father, and me worked with Michael one day each week. And after a relatively short time, Michael was given a white coat and a stethoscope and his own office with a telephone, and he went on to become a 42-year employee for the University of Miami at the Mailman Center. He adored being here, and unfortunately, a series of injuries left him with me, so that he needed to come up to Palm Beach County so that he and I could look after one another. So he's enjoying his time now. He's a client of the ARC of Palm Beach County, and he's involved in their programs. One of his favorite is art, and he lives in a home, an apartment with, at this point, just one other person. It's on the grounds of where there is a group home. But he lives independently, as he has done for most of his adult life. And he's on a wheelchair. I mean, he's with a walker today because 2 months ago he fell. And mercifully, they were non-displaced fractures. And he went through rehabilitation like a champion. And here he is today. This is his first outing. Michael? Would you like to say something? Do you want that microphone, or would you like to talk into this? Say something, sweetheart.
I've been here for 42 years. I started in 1974 as a clerk, and I left in January 2016 to go to Boca and Palm Beach. And now I'm here today to give Danny a check for the Mailman Center.
So from Michael's personal account, he's giving Dr. Armstrong a check for the Mailman Center.
Michael, thank you so much. Now, you've come to me for checks for many, many years, and I really appreciate the return to the center. This place, you're part of the fabric here. And we just treasure all that you've been able to do for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming down today.
Come, Michael.
All right, well, step now
Over
to
50 years.
To a message from President Frank.
Over 50 years ago, a novel idea took hold. The federal government would begin funding programs to help individuals with developmental disabilities move from institutions into home and community settings. The Mailman Center for Child Development at the University of Miami was one of the first 11 university-affiliated programs to bring that idea to life. Since it opened in 1971, the Mailman Center has grown from a training program that served about 2,000 children a year to one of the largest such centers in the nation. Today, it trains nearly 100 postgraduate students each year from more than 12 disciplines in developmental disabilities research, service, and leadership. More than 15,000 children receive services from Mailman Center programs, and many more benefit from the center's support and engagement with community partners. Investigators at the Mailman Center have impacted the way care is provided to premature infants, children with autism, cancer, sickle cell disease, HIV, and diabetes, and some of the programs developed here have been adopted by other countries. Before the terms inclusion and equity were common, the Mailman Center was leading efforts at the Debbie School for Young Children with Disabilities and serving adults with disabilities who were self-advocates. During the pandemic, the center intensified its work in supporting the rights of individuals with disabilities to have access to high-quality acute health care. The training models it developed for healthcare providers are proving useful even after the COVID emergency. Central to its mission and success, the Mailman Center has partnered with local community groups to address not only the needs of individual children and adults with disabilities, but also to impact entire communities at a population level. Over its 50 years as a unit of the University of Miami, the Mailman Center has exemplified the value of an academic program, improving lives outside the university by generating, evaluating, translating, and sharing knowledge. I am sorry I was not able to be with you in person to celebrate this milestone, but I am delighted that you have taken the time to hear a compelling story of how the University of Miami contributes to the well-being of our community. Congratulations to the Mailman Center on 50 years of exceptional impact. I can't wait to see what the next 50 will hold.
You've heard today the story about a center that has discovered chromosomes related to Fragile X, that has done community involvement, that has impacted other countries, has focused on saving the lives of black babies so they see their first birthday. It's a big issue. We always ask, what does the Mailman Center do? We've kind of seen a little bit of it today, but we all do it because of those three key terms that we have. One, innovation, doing things differently, leading rather than responding to market and policy change, having an impact, making a difference not only at a child or family level, but at a community and a population level, and connections, doing things together with both historic partners and collaborators that we've not previously even considered. So as we think about the next step as we move forward, one final thought is that what we do at the Mailman Center is really quite simple. We embrace innovation, we strive for impact, and we achieve success through those connections. Thank you so much for joining us today and embracing the Mailman Center, its vision, and the thoughtfulness, commitment, and passion that we bring to the table. With that, we'll wrap up with one final slide, and when that's finished, we'll convene down in the lobby for a reception. We hope you all join us. Thank you all for joining us.